Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Maverick News Channel. Great to have everybody here. Our regular intro, um, not really running tonight, so we just had that really brief clip off the top, but that's okay. We're just going to jump right into tonight's broadcast because we have a whole bunch of people joining us tonight. A star-studded cast consisting of, Bridget Belton, mother of the convoy, is going to join us fairly soon, I think, in the broadcast. She'll help us talk about tonight's top subjects, including the court ruling upholding the decision that said that the use of the Emergencies Act to bring the Freedom Convoy to an end was unreasonable. So Justin Trudeau did not use it properly. And so Bridget's going to help us, wade through all of that, navigate through that. And Michael Bader from the PPC in Burlington is going to join us. He was at the convoy. And Angie Clowry is back. She's going to participate in that. And then also we're going to segue with her into an interview that will form the basis for tonight's second discussion on media ethics and the influence of money, and even sort of shadowy money sometimes that is being pumped into, I would say, mostly new and independent media online. And that kind of ties into what's been going on here in a sort of a strange way here at Maverick News, with some donations that came in over the past week that you guys I think, are aware of. And we're going to have a broader discussion about what we maybe should be doing with that money that I said I didn't actually want, but the donor dumped it in there anyway. So we'll have a discussion about that, media ethics, influence over independent streamers. I think Mr. Bader might have some comments about that as well, because Maxime Bernier came out during the last election and said that a lot of these conservative influencers out there are being paid. Those were his words. And, we'll get Michael's thoughts on that, because I would say that Michael is probably one of the most prominent and most well-known candidates within the People's Party of Canada, in all of Canada, if not the most popular outside of Maxime himself. So he's kind of like Maxime's right-hand man, in my view. So we're very fortunate to have him joining us again here tonight. And then we have, I think we're going to be having another person join us as well, who can contribute some information maybe that you wouldn't get anyplace else with regard to those donations that were coming in, not just here, but also over at that crazy ostrich farm, which is just the story that just won't go away. So stay with me. We've got a lot to unpack. Greenland, Venezuela, Cuba, just the usual stuff with the president of the United States just trying to take over 1/3 of the world. But other than that, what can I say? It's situation normal. Hang with me. We'll come back on the other side and start digging into today's top news stories.
Greetings, brave Mavericks. Our quest for truth continues. We go beyond fake news. Together we expose propaganda. Together we pull others out of rabbit holes. We are maverick thinkers. We are all unique individuals, defenders of individual rights and freedoms, credible, trusted, grounded in reality. Maverick News, Maverick News. Defending free speech, free speech. Donate at freedomreporters.com. Do it now. Tomorrow may be too late. Maverick News. The world is watching.
Okay, let's bring in our first two guests of the evening. First of all, Michael Bader of the PPC in Burlington, and Angie Clowry is back again. Can't get rid of her. Or should I say she can't get rid of me, because I keep asking her to come back. So thank you for joining us again this evening, Angie. And I have to get your thoughts, just both of you. First off, on this court ruling today on the Emergencies Act. It was an appeal by the federal government. They were challenging an earlier decision that stated Justin Trudeau's use of the Emergencies Act has been or was unreasonable, is I think the accurate term. I'm hearing other phrases out there like unlawful or illegal, but I think the technical term, the proper legal term is unreasonable. And Michael, you were there at the Freedom Convoy. What's your take on this? What do you make of it?
Well, the entire Freedom Convoy was the exact opposite of what you would experience on the ground. So a typical day would be you go out and you see bouncy castles, which really were there, and kids really were playing street hockey, and people were feeding homeless, cleaning up after themselves, shoveling. Like, it was just amazing. And then you would think that, a bunch of Islamic terrorists or some terrorists had just taken over Ottawa, and they were burning things and they had weapons, and it was just crazy. The feeling that you got there was unity, and it was love, and it was concern and conviction for the future of our children and for the future of our country. And it was one of the most, I never felt more Canadian than when I was there, meeting everybody from everywhere, from BC out to PEI, seeing the Albertan guy hug the Quebec guy. That was amazing. They've always been trying to play East against West, divide and conquer, and seeing that was just amazing. You just, that Alberta guy and that Quebec guy just standing right there, giving each other hugs like, we're Canadian, we believe in the same thing, and it was amazing. And the media, exact opposite.
Yeah, so that was your experience there, and like so many others, grassroots people who showed up, and there were thousands of people just like you who were there experiencing that aspect of it. So let me just play this little clip of you at the Freedom Convoy before we go over to Angie.
Hold it portrait mode. Hey, how you doing? Michael Bader, the Space Invader. Hey, this is my buddy Alex. He's Transplender on Twitter. Love this guy. You gotta check the rants out. Anytime I feel kind of, I just got this, and I listen to it, it makes me feel even more. Oh, that's very kind of you. Dude, you're capturing the real truth. Tell us about what you've been up to today. Walking around, came here for a few pancakes, see the Patriots, loving the PPC positive support. Every fifth truck is decked out in PPC gear, so we love it. We're positive supporters that have had the right answer from the beginning, and the truckers joined in on this, and they carried us to the finish line. They were the ones with the bravery. We love them. Everyone else just sat around and did nothing and waited for the next Orwellian dictate to drop, and the trucker said, no, let's end it now. So they're the true heroes of this, and PPC is just a support cast who wants to let them know there's a million people in Canada who are with you. That's right. Hey, you know what we did, eh? So we've been doing supplies from Hamilton, Burlington, Oakville. Amazing. So check this trip out. We got socks, coloring books, underwear, jerry cans, good fuel, Tylenol. I was blown away by the generosity of that here. Legend. Amazing. Have you been feeling the love? Yeah, of course. And all those people that can't be here and that are doing the support and letting Michael come and speak for you guys, we know that everyone that can't be here is doing their best. Even a conversation at a water cooler to not let that normal set in of like, yeah, I heard a top doctor say something. Say, you heard a Nobel Prize winning doctor say that it's destroying all our immune systems. How about you react to that, guys? Carry our normal, guys. If you can't be here, it's amazing that you're sending support. I forgot to tell you. We got a whole bunch of Valentines, and we went out yesterday and delivered about 500 Valentines to all the truckers. From little kids, grandmas, you name it. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful beautiful show of support, and the truckers love it. Anytime the batteries get a little low during the week, they say we're waiting for the weekend, and all these supporters that can't be here all week come on the weekend, and they just show them such love. So the Valentines just add to that. Thank you so much, and all the children doing this, they feel it. They see you guys.
All right, thank you so much. My hand's gonna fall off, dude.
Yeah, it's too cold. We're gonna go and talk to you later.
So
Yeah, pretty crazy.
I like his comment about everybody else just sat around waiting for, what was it, the next Orwellian
Dictate.
dictate? So,
Well, I felt like it. I mean, you're just sitting
Yeah,
there
yeah.
going, okay, this doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Hey,
that's
you
true.
guys are lying. Like, what's going on? And it was really great running into him up there. And like I said,
Who was that? That was Transblender?
yeah, Alex. It's Alex and Transplender. He was up there almost the whole time. Jody Ledgerwood was another rock star up there. Sherry San Luis, she set up the headquarters for us. You had other guys like, what was his name? Chris, for the trucker from in Alberta. I mean, there's just so many amazing people. The pig roast with Randy, and we had the pancakes, and I just felt like it was a big, huge family reunion where everybody, extended family, cousins, we all came together and got together and really had a good time. Fighting something evil together, and had a really the best sense of community I've had in maybe my entire life.
So, Angie, what's your reaction to today's court ruling?
Well, super excited for all my right-leaning friends. I'm assuming a lot of my left-leaning friends are very upset. I have friends on both sides of the aisle. I have had many messages from the right. I have not spoken to anyone on the left. It's interesting because I have started to connect with some people that live in Ottawa that were frustrated with the horn honking and all of the frustrations of that. And so I don't know, I try to see both sides of it. I think it's really important to go through court processes. Like, I'm a big fan of the legal system in some ways, and I hate it in others, right? It's not for the layman of us. You have to know the law, and I trust that. Like, this is a big deal. It was a peaceful protest. Was it? Well, if people say peaceful, trucker horns, yada, 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 that's not peaceful. Well, I'm a trucker's daughter and a trucker's sister for that matter. So I have to admit, I was not involved in any of that. We had a rally here in the Okanagan Valley. My brother was in it. I wasn't really for it or against it. I would have to say I was neutral at the time. But I'll tell you this, when my brother drove by in the logging truck, I bawled my face off because I was like, here's my brother involved in something he's passionate about. And here I am going out on a limb supporting something that, not for it, not against it. And I think that was, when Michael, you were saying you felt community, like I felt a bit of that just standing there. And I've heard from numerous people that were involved that go down to our BC legislature that, we're rallying together, that's really what it created, was a sense of community. And, people keep trying to create that in other ways or with other organizations or with other rallies and such. So it's interesting, but I would like to hear from, some of my friends on the left, which I have not yet, because it's been a busy day over here.
Well, so, I mean, this goes back to the previous decision with Justice Mosley, who said that Justin Trudeau just didn't have the justification for doing what he did using the Emergencies Act. And I mean, I'm on record. I was pretty emotional at the time. And I said when Justin Trudeau did that, he was making a huge mistake, that it was an improper use, that well, I said that on that day, at the moment that was announced, I said that was the day Canada died. I'm on record. That's what I said right at that moment. And ever since then, I feel like the entire country has been in peril, under attack and under stress. And it's given people who would like to attack this country all kinds of ammunition to come after Canada, and with some justification, right? Because it just did go way too far. I don't know. Maybe I never, like, I do understand why he did it, but it was just a huge error in judgment, like all the other mistakes that he had made since the pandemic broke out. And I'm still on record. He's the worst prime minister in Canadian history. Just failed to bring the country together, too authoritarian, very tyrannical, and just betrayed the trust and the faith and the hope that people had placed in him. And it's his. I believe that it is because of him that this country, in many ways, just left itself vulnerable to attacks now that are taking us to the edge of destruction. Am I going too far with all of that, or that's pretty freaking excessive, right? That's pretty extreme.
No, just today, so just prior to the truckers, like as Angie was waving goodbye in BC, we had Calgary. I think it was bring back our freedoms. They were coming down, and we had Professor Panesi and Dr. Alexander, and a couple other gentlemen I can't remember at the moment. And at that time, you had this sense of rebellion building up. And the thing is, to go back to that story, Professor Panesi was there. I remember speaking with her. We can go. I don't think I gave you that clip, but everyone was excited to really get together with the Americans. We're trying to get the borders open. I live close to the border, and it's not uncommon for families to be on both sides of the border. And that was really great. But her comment caught me off guard, and I just wanted to bring it up, is she said she feels hollow. With all the emotion that she had, with all of the anger, the ups and downs. When that ruling came out today, she said she felt empty, which I don't know. I don't know if I could feel like that. But Rick, how do you feel that way? Like, here's Professor Panesi saying, hey, this ruling's making me feel a little bit, just have I been, I don't know the word for it, when you're, you've seen it so much that it doesn't affect you anymore. Desensitized.
Numb, maybe.
So for me, I feel vindication. Perhaps the question to you and to Angie would be, how do you feel about it? Like, was it an overwhelming, like, oh my gosh, thank you? Or was it like, yeah, like, why do we have to go through that? I don't know what those feelings are. So I put it out to you guys kind of, because I found her comment really interesting.
Go ahead, Angie, if you want to.
The first thing I did is I messaged a couple of my friends. I have one friend who supported Tamara Lynch in hosting her Facebook group. And quite frankly, I messaged Pat King's partner, Sophie, and said, hey, this happened. She's like, hey, you're late to the game, sister. And I'm like, well, I recognize the fact that it was injustice. I believed it was injustice, but it's just another, celebration for all of my friends that are on the right. I'm happy for them. I do like to hear both sides of the story. Like, that's kind of where I'm at. And I do have lots of lefty liberal friends that are probably going to, be upset and frustrated. And, I think it's really interesting because people want freedom, and then people also want, organized freedom, if that makes sense. So, and I just think that at the end of it all, I think we all want similar things. It's just how we get there. Some people think the convoy was a joke and it was horrendous and it was a misuse of a lot of things, and the organizers, some of them are still going through court cases and all that. And they're also battling within themselves, which I think lessens the value of it all as well. But there's some truth to be told there, and all the power to them to tell their story. So did I feel anything? Felt happy for a couple of my friends, honestly, and I messaged them. But like I said, I do have a couple of, quite staunch leftists that I haven't had conversations with yet. So I definitely will, probably over the weekend here.
Mm-hmm. I didn't have really any kind of emotional response to it. I didn't know what to expect today. I just there's time that has gone by since then, right? So it's I'm not as emotional now nearly as I was then. I was fit to be tied, honestly, because I've through my whole life I've been so dedicated to protecting freedom and freedom of speech and freedom of media. My whole life has revolved around that, from the time I was a kid right through my career as a journalist to today, right? It's been all about that. And so to have our own government in a country that is supposed to be a beacon of hope for the rest of the world to lock us down and force people to get vaccinated and take that choice away, that's really what just I found appalling. So I certainly understood the outpouring of frustration that that came forth in the express, you know, through the Freedom Convoy. And then when Trudeau, like I could just see where it was going, you know, like more than one thing can be true at the same time. And I think there were bad actors there, but the vast majority of people who showed up, grassroots for sure, just ordinary Canadians who wanted to wanted those mandates to end, wanted the lockdowns to end, and I think measures taken too to prevent it from ever happening again. And I don't think that has happened at all. I think we've taken our eye off the ball, partly because time has gone by. But yeah.
I just wanted to interject there too. I made a promise in September 18th, I think. I can't remember when the election was in 2021, to never let it happen again. That if I could get into Parliament, I would ensure that we would respect people's individual decisions over bodily autonomy, whether you close your business or not, whether you see grandma or not. Those are personal decisions that belong in the hands of individuals. And if you look at our society, the most vulnerable individual, the most vulnerable minority is the individual. So I started a thing called Bader's Bills. We talked on it one of the previous podcasts we were together, but I did address that. I'm not a lawyer. I tried my best, and it's out there on my Substack. But that would be one of the first bills that I personally, if I had the opportunity, would bring to the House and try to get that passed, so that people don't have to go through lawfare, they don't have to go through bankruptcy, suicides. All the signs were there, and nobody was listening, and the censorship was hard. And how you know there's a psyop or you're being scammed is when you can't question something. The second you can't question something, whether it's something from the right, the left, the center, this religion, that religion, as soon as you can't question something, it's a psyop, in my opinion, right? If you can't question it to say, hey, I want to see the data on, oh, no, you can't see for 75 years. That's a huge red flag. And I'd also like to bring attention to, I personally know some people that have lost some of their kids in suicide, made pleas to the government. That's why I was out there protesting. They tried to keep everybody alone so that you're at Christmas alone, stuff like that. Our riding made sure everybody had a chance. We had our little speakeasies, our get-togethers, and we made sure nobody's alone at Christmas. And I never, ever, ever, ever want to see that happen again. And because of the fact that it did happen, I would like to have legislature to protect those rights that just killed our economy, for one. That's predictable. They killed our children, right? You look at Dan Hartman. That's what I wanted to bring up as well. And he's not alone. Other people lost their children to suicide. They lost it to potentially the mRNA vaccine. And he's finally maybe going to get some justice, right? He was a good guy. Everybody was a good guy. They did everything because they wanted what was best for everybody, right? Like opening the door for somebody or helping somebody with their package, or their kid runs in the road, you grab them. That instinct is truly Canadian. And I think that they abused that. They took our good nature, our trust, and they threw it in the garbage. Right. And I never want to see that again. And that's why I started with the Bader's Bills, the first bill I would do, so people know what I would stand for when I went to Parliament. So thanks for letting me interject. Sorry to soapbox a bit there, but
No. I think people forget too that I think it was only the PPC pretty much that came out and took a stand against the lockdowns and the mandates and the masking and all of it. The Conservatives were in lockstep with the Liberals and the NDP on all of these policies. And I think people have forgotten that, especially in conservative circles, as they rally around Polyev, and, the time goes by public memory is short. I haven't forgotten. There's good and bad in everything that people do, but I haven't forgotten that. And I keep saying, as much as Doug Ford has done some good things in Ontario, I'll never forgive him for what the way he behaved during the pandemic. It's unforgivable. I'll
I'm
never
just
forgive him for that.
I'm just curious, Angie. So you live in BC. You're probably near Kelowna or somewhere in the Okanagan Valley. Beautiful place. One of my podcasts with him was we got evacuated in 2023 trying to go to Kelowna, but like our guy was pretty bad. I guess maybe Quebec might have been even worse. But how was your experience? March 2020, now you're coming into the summer. We played baseball. They kind of let us play. They were more lenient. Hockey was different. Some neighbors were like, go away. And some were like, dude, what's going on? Like, we're neighbors. So how was your neighborhood and your friends, right? Because I have lefty friends too. And, there's a bit of a divide there from ours, right? But then I had guys that were just my best friends and it didn't matter. Right? It doesn't matter, man. It doesn't matter. And some were like, dude, I don't give a crap. Just, wear your mask, do this, do that. You're not allowed to come, take a test. How was your experience in BC?
Well, it was interesting because I did not hug my dad for a year and a half because my dad, he was like older, 75 at the time. And so his rules were his rules. At Christmas time, the chairs were 6 feet apart in the man cave. So he really honored that. And then my mom was like, flip this, and my mom hugged us, right? So that's the dichotomies of really what happened. And also it's not even left and right. What is your personality type? Relationships are important to me. And so what I actually did, I changed careers by accident. I was in broadcast media sales at the time, and there still is a homeless population. That's a challenge here in Kelowna. So I started going downtown and volunteering and finding out like why this was happening, because I was super frustrated how many unhoused people we have in our community. And it was it was a change. Anyways, so what I ended up doing, I ended up volunteering. So I was interactive, and then I ended up getting a job in the unhoused sector. So for me, I didn't have I got all my needs met, so to speak. I was social, at this job. It was interesting though, like my corporate job, you had to have a vaccine or you got let go. For the unhoused population, you didn't have to have a vaccine. So it was super interesting. My neighbors and we'd meet at the end of the driveway. I remember we had Thanksgiving at my house. We all sat outside for it. Thank goodness it was nice weather. We all would make dates and we'd go to the Costco, as I call it, at, a certain time, and we all could party in Costco and Walmart together. Right. So, I think if you wanted to, and then, I had friends who had family members who died alone in the hospital. That hurts me. I also have very leftist friends that lost their parents, and they honor that because they really wanted to follow the rules and the mandates, and that's their thing. So you get it from both sides.
Did you guys follow the arrows on the
I'm a
floor
rule
of the
breaker.
shopping center? The people would scream at me.
Oh yeah, 100%.
You're going the wrong way.
They're still there. You go into some stores and they're still there. Really great stickers, whoever invested in some of those. But yeah, I think it comes from all sides. I would never allow one of my family members to pass away alone though. Like I'll follow the rules to a certain extent. Whatever you want to do, I honor that. I also had, I emceed a wedding that we're only allowed to have, I think, 30 people here in the Okanagan. There was way more than 30 there, so I did leave early. I shall say that, but I was like, wow, if this comes down. So there's all sorts of different rules and regulations, and people were just like, flip this, I'm not following it. And other people followed it to a T. So, it's, I think it goes back to my body, my choice. Whatever your choice is, I'll honor that. If you, that said, some people think I sound like I'm a mega maple or whatever you want to call it, mega maple. I wear a mask at work because when you got the norovirus and other viruses coming on, flip that, I'm wearing a mask. So I'm not too proud to tell you, I've wore a mask, I think 3 or 4 days this week. So it just all depends. It takes all different kinds. Even people at the dog park were wearing their mask. And to be transparent, when I had COVID, I went to the dog park and I did wear a mask because I thought it was the right thing to do because I was sick as hell. I needed to get out. I needed to exercise. I needed some sun. So I knew I had it. And it was the second time I think I had it. And the first time I was in bed for a whole entire week and I couldn't function. Second time I was like, not again. I was doing the 10,000 UI of vitamin D, had all the little tricks of the trade, and got out and exercise. And yeah, I have another story, but I'm not sure if I should tell it.
Yeah.
Okay,
We'll get to know each other more.
I'll be along from that one.
Tell your story. I want to hear it. Do it.
I had international students. I've had them for 16 years. And I had a student from Wuhan, China arrive
They still haven't graduated?
December
Holy
28th, 2019. That's where my student came from, China. And
Wow.
so that happened the 28th of December. I have a New Year's open house for all my family and friends. I was sick as a dog, like the 10th, 11th, and 12th. Couldn't get out of my bed. I was so sick.
I remember the only time I was ever that sick was the 2008 swine flu or something. Everyone else was out for like a month on my streets, like whoever got it and stuff. I was out 3 days solid, slept, drank. My wife at the time just got me water, the odd aspirin, and it was awful. But for COVID, I was kind of more of a rebel. I didn't wear a mask. I hugged people. I organized rallies and made sure people came over for a karaoke or a potluck. I just wanted to make sure that everyone felt connected, because it seems, like if you were going to purposely disconnect people, this is how you would do it, right? Like, and that part there, I remember getting in trouble a few times, not wearing my mask, and some people not caring, and Costco trying to assault me while I was there with my dad. And it's like, I tore my card up. I haven't shopped at Costco since then. I dropped all my Home Depot stocks when they were sniffing about having a vaccine passport to go pick up electronics or some wood to finish your basement. I was very emotional and very like, no. To me personally, I don't trust the government, zero. I was brought up to not trust them, but to not give them the benefit of the doubt, listen, look through the lies and sort the truth, and then make a decision. Now it's almost like literally, if they say don't eat meat, I eat meat. If they say I don't need a gun, I get a gun. If they say wear a mask, I don't wear a mask. If they say eggs are bad, I even eat more eggs. Right?
If the arrow says go this way, you go the other way.
Well, the arrow thing was so stupid. I'm an efficient guy. I was a waiter growing up through school. So it's all about, oh, I'm going to get this. And then at the corner, the milk's over there, but then I can get cereal here. So I don't care. I just like, I'm just going through it, being friendly to people. And they'd look at me like it's a mental case, or put their mask down below their nose, or just weird things. And one of the most cool, too cool. Since she shared, I'll share a little. But I'm at going out to get some cigarettes, right? My buddy came, and I'm an occasional smoker. We're jamming. So, grab a couple beers, have a couple of smokes, and we didn't have any. So I go in, he goes, dude, put your mask on. I go, I'm not putting my mask on. It's a freaking pack of cigarettes, dude. Oh, no, man. We're going to end up going to 18 stores. I just walked in. Guy goes, hey, where's your mask? And I go, I'm following the science, not the $ science, my friend. Because that's my opinion, right? And other people are different, and I'll respect them. Some people tell me to take their shoes off at their house. Some people go, please don't, like I have dogs or whatever, leave your shoes on. I respect rules the best I can. But sometimes stuff's so crazy. So the guy gave me the cigarettes. I said, seriously, you're going to go and freak out and everything, and you could just give me the cigarettes. I got the cash. Thanks. Boom. Out the door. And then another time at the beer store. So I go to this one beer store, and he wouldn't serve me. And then we call the manager. Manager comes, I'm not serving you. It's a mandate. And I go, mandate's not a law. And now you know how you would. I was really mean. I was like, if you were in Nazi Germany, I know what side you'd be on, buddy. And I walked out. I went to the liquor store, and nobody said anything. I talked for a bit when he gave me the mask. People heard what I was saying. One person backed up. 2 people came in closer and a couple clapped, right? That they had let that. So that, like I said, it wasn't all rosy. I did have to go to 5 beer stores sometimes, but I really felt that it was important to kind of stand up that way. And, from what I know and, how big holes are and viruses are and stuff like that, I personally took that route and I wanted to try to give people hope and spread the truth, because so many people were getting censored and didn't know anything that was going on. And then I'd bring them in. Hey, here's a nurse. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh yeah, the floors are empty, like, dude. Like, and you're like, wait, they're telling me it's overloaded on TV. It's overloaded. And then no, here, my brother-in-law's a fireman, man. They haven't had any calls. He's normally busier. Like, so those things really tipped me in May 2020. Because I was the guy the first 2 weeks, dudes. I have dogs, so I had the poopy bags always in my pocket. So I would put them on like a glove to go get gas, to go to the store. I had my mask on. I was all, in it. And then just, pieces of information. My brother-in-law, fireman, hazmat. That's the special unit. They have 2 in Toronto. All right. That means if there really is a virus, he's trained to deal with it. If it's electrical, if it's a chemical, like any weirdo stuff that happens, that's him. They've got all the special suits, the special chemicals, the foams, the disposal units for viruses, and they didn't do anything. So in his head, when he told me that, I was like, whoa, dude, like, huh? And I that was my journey. I wasn't a guy that came out of the gate like some of the guys that were coming from communist Romania or Poland that knew right away when it happened. I kind of slowly did it. And the most important thing I love about Angie, we probably would have hung out too. We may not agree on a lot of stuff, but it's about community, it's about friendship, and it's about relationships. And you really found out who is truly a good friend. Like one of my best friends stayed a best friend, and he's one of my most leftist friends, right? Mm-hmm. I got my right-wing friend. He just dropped me like a bomb. Like, shoot, oh, that's it. Oh, see you later, buddy. That's it. No. You got to have a test. You got to do this. So it was dividing. And I don't know. I'm more of a rebel. I don't like to do stuff that doesn't make sense. I'm kind of more of a C+, B+ student. I'm not that, I'm going to memorize it, tell it to you. And like, I think about it. And if I agree with it, I say it, and I get in trouble for saying my feelings. But it's more important to me to say my true feelings and the truth of how I am, because if both people are like that, you're going to come to a much better conclusion about the topic you're talking on, or getting to know each other better than to get your back up all the time. So I was kind of more of a rebel. Those are my 2 stories. Doug Ford said, don't have anybody for Christmas. I did. And thank goodness, because my aunt ended up getting dementia the next year, and that was our last Christmas. So yeah, before I get a little too emotional, that was me there. How about you, Rick? Like, I don't know. Were you a bit rebel? Were you in the middle? Did you catch on? Did you not?
Oh, I was very, I was a passive rebel. I'll put it to you that way. And passive in that I just wouldn't go in places if I had to have a mask on. So I just didn't go. Curbside pickup if I had to have something, and I found out which stores would. I found the stores that were actually honoring the mask exemptions under the actual law, right? And so there's a grocery store near me, and they didn't ask any questions. You could go in with a mask or without. They didn't care. And so that's where I would shop. I still shop there regularly today, because for me, it was about choice, right? And there are some stores I will never patronize again because of the way they were treating people. And some of it was awful. I couldn't believe the behavior of so many people. They just became vicious, angry, sometimes even violent. And so I haven't forgotten that. Things have not been the same since in our communities.
We have more in common than we are different. Angie, that stuck out. I took notes on that earlier. I think that one of the things that people really are missing in Canada, and I'd love your opinions on this as well, both of you, is truth, right? It's the rule of law, right? That is what we're missing. We're having a guy, I'm going to give him only this little sentence because, I don't want him to get deported. or, oh, you're oppressed, so this or that. And I think it's like they're just pitting us against each other so that we don't look at what the real problems are. Because when we have a conversation and we find those things that we're more in common with, and we don't get our back up so quick, right? Let a person express themselves, try to understand them. We're powerful. We saw it in the trucker convoy. That scared the crap out of them. And that's why they did the Emergency Act, right? They're scared that, oh my gosh, everyone's waking up to the fact, right? And I think with these frauds going on around places, like Chrystia Freeland, the empty office that Andy Lee found, like, I don't know, it's just really, really crazy. And I think this moral relativism that comes from the DEI and the SOGI, and maybe foreign policy, we need truth, right? Like if Angie crosses the line, she should get the penalty of crossing the line. I cross the line, I should get the penalty, whether I'm Trudeau or whether I'm the lady that was a single mom who donated $20 to the convoy, right? That's what we're missing. God's equality, like real equality. Like you get to choose for yourself. You get to choose your own path. You live by being kind, treating your brother with love. Those are the things our country was really built on. And I feel like it's diminished a bit. And it's things like COVID that really opened that crack up, I think. But I don't know. How do you feel about that, Angie? We do have so much more in common. And you said it's personality types. Could you elaborate just a little bit more? Because I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, if you've ever done color dimensions, so I am a blue. So I mean, relationships are important. If someone is struggling, or I see, I've stopped on the side of the road to help a person that's fall over, or someone struggling with addiction, and I will be late for work or an appointment to help someone who I think is going to be harmed. That's my personality type. My second is expressive personality. Can be late all the time. I kind of go with the flow. I don't like organization, don't like to be locked down. So then I have, other siblings who are extremely attention to detail, always on time, always have to have 100% of the plan in place before they can go. So I think that plays a lot into it as well. But I also, one of my best friends was unfortunately dying of brain cancer at the time. And so I remember we went to Costco. The toilet paper trials of COVID were uneffing believable. And I remember going, nope, we're leaving it. I'm not grabbing it. And I walked away. Well, my poor friend, Kevin, bless his heart. He stood there because he was fighting because we each needed a thing of toilet paper. And then everyone bitched us out on the way out because we had two. I'm like, we are best friends. We live in separate places. He literally he would take his hat off, and because he had a hole in his head essentially, and he look, I have brain cancer, she's driving me around, we live in two different cars. So here we are defending our truth, right? That's the issue that I had with everything is, and people are just so unkind, and that is the word. I can call people a lot of things, but if I say you're unkind, that is the worst thing. And if you have someone with health issues like I didn't realize the importance of immune compromised people until I went to Costco with my friend. I wore the gloves, I wore the mask because that's what he was doing. I mirrored whatever he did. I was so frustrated with everyone in Costco. I was like, that's the only kind of toilet paper I buy, and I was going to give it up, damn it. But it also shows the worst side of humanity, right? You're fighting over frickin' toilet paper.
Well, hey, we had headlines in the paper, polls done where people said that they wanted people who were unvaccinated sent to basically some sort of a camp, right? That was a real thing. And
was that the leftist
that was
encouraging that, or the right?
Well, that was the poll. So
I think it was more personality, like you said, right? You have my buddies that are kind of center right or whatever. They're not, they're more conservative in the sense of fiscal responsibility. Maybe a couple of, church going, this and that, just kind of that side of the right? Then you kind of got like crazy right like me. I'm like you. I don't really need to schedule. Like I do if I'm going to do something big, I want it planned and everything. But everyday life, I understand things. I was a quarterback, I got 2 championships, and that you run the play. You don't know if it's always going to work. And if you're that person that thinks that everything has to go to schedule and it throws you off, you're never going to win a championship. You got to be able to take the shot. You got to be able to adjust. And maybe it's personality. I was always trying to crack that personality, right? What message could I get to people to allay their fears and to show them some of the things that are incorrect, right? Because some are. Right? It's hard because you get truth with lies, and it's really hard to figure out which one's which, right? And I don't know how we can get through to people, but we just seem to be taken to the cleaners with elbows up and axe attacks, and just look at a headline, he's got wavy hair. That soundbite, I totally forgot that person did that 8 months ago, and now they're saying this. It's a lot to go through, and I don't know how to message except the fact of just keep trying to run into people like you, Angie, try to run into other people that are kind of that more easygoing, caring. It's more about people and more about relationships than it is things and money. And maybe they turned us into a materialistic society. Maybe it's not just moving from the rule of law, but maybe it's also our commercials, propaganda, buy, get this instead of the Jones and do that. And I think if we take ourselves away from, our phones and all of that, and we start talking to our neighbors and we start going out and say hi in the grocery store. And I miss that. I miss the mom and pop shops. So, I'd probably shovel your snow too, maybe, right? Because you seem like a nice lady that you might water my plants when I go to the cottage.
Don't get her up. She's nice right now, but don't get her back up, boy, or you're in trouble. Speaking of somebody with a strong will, there's Bridget Belton, mother of the convoy. That's how I refer to her anyway. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a big day. We've had this court ruling on the Emergencies Act today, which I don't know. You've been on the road, so have you heard about that?
I did. I have heard that there was a win from Chad and Chris Guerra. I think they were the ones that were involved in something about that. Okay.
So what's your reaction?
I'm still trying to digest. I'm like, what does that mean for me? What does that mean for my husband, who was in the U.S. at the time they invoked the Emergency Act and, took his bank accounts that were linked with mine. So what does that mean for him? Does that mean that, there's open for legal issues for the banks? I don't know. What does it mean at this point is where I'm at.
I don't know if it means anything, honestly, because I don't know that the government can be penalized or held accountable in any way, other than it sets a legal precedent that helps raise the bar, I think, on what the government needs to do to justify the use of the Emergencies Act in the future. As Michael was saying, I don't know if it was before we went live or after, but Michael was saying, the decision was based on what the law says. And in order for the prime minister or the government to use the Emergencies Act, certain thresholds have to be met. And the bar is supposed to be pretty high. You have to have the existence of threats to the security of Canada. That means things like espionage or sabotage against Canada, foreign influenced activities within the country that are clandestine, that represent a threat to national security. And it has to be on a national scale. And I think what the legal arguments have shown is that, at least in the eyes of the court, and the government failed to prove that it reached a national level. There was concerns that within like the Ottawa area, and maybe the politicians, because they worked there, were sort of myopic in their view. And then maybe in their minds, it reached a national level because you had these other protests going on in a few other places too. But even, the testimony from OPP and RCMP is saying, that they could have probably handled the situation without the invocation of the Emergencies Act. So these are legal arguments. What we're talking about here is our personal experiences and the emotions that, we went through during the lockdowns, the pandemic, all the things that sparked the convoy and kept it there as long as it lasted. And Bridget, I know you went through some horrific experiences that were devastating emotionally, and you lay those out in your new book, Consequences, that of course is for sale on Amazon now, but get your copy. Right.
Thank you for the plug. Yes, absolutely. And it's not only on Amazon, it's on Indigo, it's Kobo. It's actually indexed in our national university libraries. So it'll be available there for hopefully historical purposes. It's available at Books and Noble, at Booktopia, Whitewater in the UK. I mean, it's everywhere. So our story is everywhere. I think it's the first convoy book by a leader or organizer or somebody that was very close within a net that put it out, right? So everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah, you were telling me a couple of days ago that it's translated into a whole bunch of languages. How many? Do you know?
I don't know how many. I'm still finding them. I've got what do you call it? Korean, Japanese, Chinese, Spanish, French, English, so far. So that's like 6 different languages. It's kind of cool.
It is kind of cool. It's a real achievement to write a book. It takes discipline. You actually have to put your butt in a seat and actually write the damn thing, right? So that takes real discipline. It does. It's not easy.
And just near the end, my husband got me a new chair. And I was like, well, that one's kind of finished. He goes, yeah, but you've got more on the go. So, but yeah. And there it is. Look, it's a beautiful cover. The rising sun, the fire on the road. Yeah, it's great.
Yeah. And it's one that it will be the first in a series of books that Bridget is writing about. Yeah, the pandemic and then the convoy, all of that, everything that we've been through, but from her personal perspective as the originator of the Freedom Convoy in Canada. And there's some dispute over that, but I think you bring receipts to prove it.
I think I do. And, if you don't like the receipts, that's not my problem. I bring it out. If you don't like it, well, it's not my fault. You were lied to. So what do you want me to do? I can't do anything if you were lied to. But yeah, so, and I mean, there's a whole difference between myself and some of the others. They have a whole media organization behind them, and I'm just me, and it's just me doing it. So there's a big difference. So to see what I've accomplished with the book and the release in such a short period of time is actually quite amazing, being a first-time indie author. So it's really good. But
why didn't Ezra Levant offer you a job as a Rebel media reporter?
I don't know. Maybe you need to ask him, because I've been asking on X, but he blocked me. And other people are asking on X, and they're like, why not even just have Tamara interview her? I mean, I'm available. But nobody seems to, they can't get an answer.
You mean Tamara Litz, she hasn't taken up the offer to do an interview with you about your book?
No, and I even wished her a Merry Christmas. I mean, how sad is that? I don't know.
Amazing.
I just don't know.
Maybe she just got too many news stories on the go. Just wait for a slow news day, and maybe she'll give you a ring.
Well, I mean, now that the book that I have is indexed throughout the colleges and universities, which she plans to go to and talk at, maybe she'll be able to answer some of their questions that the rest of us can't get answered. So who knows?
Excellent reference material for the students. They should maybe avail themselves of the book before
before
taking
she
in
comes to
these
visit.
kids.
Yeah.
And then they'll know what kinds of questions they should maybe ask.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, we were talking also about this, the legal precedents here that was set today.
Yeah.
And I've been doing some research. My father-in-law is John Arthur Belton. He actually testified in Congress. I didn't realize he had done that. When he was telling me all the stories about what was going on, I thought he was just a conspiracy theorist. Okay. It turns out he's quite the guy. And he knew another guy by the name of Ari Ben Menashe, who I've met. My dog didn't like him, but I've met the man. And he's dual Canadian citizenship. And he wrote Prophets of War. And the two of them were part of a congressional hearing to talk about exactly what happened to the Freedom Convoy. So it's very interesting that in the 1990s, these guys were going and talking about software with backdoors that could seize bank accounts, that could take away the rights from citizens through a piece of software that was had a backdoor for governments. So I'm just like, I remember the stories. Now I'm researching, right? So it's very, very interesting. Very interesting. So I think it's going to get intertwined into our books that are coming out. All this information about the Promise software and the Bromley report. It also dealt with the October issues. I think it's called October Surprise by most of us, right? So, but they were working on that in the 1990s and warning us with US Congress of the dangers of that kind of software. So FinTrack would also fall into that because it has the ability to crush us in a moment.
Well, FinTrack is really something that they're supposed to use for international drug dealers and as a tool in times of war or national security issues, things like that. But you know what? Did you see the interview that you must have that Pat King did with Chad Arrows?
The first one I saw, the second
Yeah.
one I haven't seen yet.
Yeah, I have seen a little bit of the second one, but what really stuck out for me was, and if you want to get to the truth of these matters, if you want to get a gangster, you do what the cops did with Al Capone. You go talk to the accountant, right? So
always.
Right. And that's so Pat King was interviewing Chad Arrows, who was the accountant for the Freedom Convoy. And I'll cut to the chase here. Everybody thinks that it's the reason all the bank accounts got locked down or frozen was just because the government was evil and decided to do it. But there had to be a catalyst for it. And the catalyst was that even though Chad Arrows advised the lawyers like Jeffrey Rath, Keith Wilson, and others, and he said the donations coming in should not be put into any personal bank accounts. And he warned them and warned them and warned them. And then they went and did it anyway. And they put $1 million into Tamara Litch's personal bank account. And because of that, the government didn't do anything at that point. There are just automatic safety mechanisms that are triggered within the banking system. And the banks are then obligated to freeze the account and then launch an investigation to determine what's going on in order to protect the people who donated the money and to protect the public, because they're like, this is very unusual and this shouldn't be happening. It's coming from a corporate entity that is accepting millions of dollars in donations and is going into a personal bank account. That is highly inappropriate. And that triggers fraud warnings, fraud flags, whether it is fraud or not. They are obligated to lock those accounts down. And then that triggered a series of bank accounts being frozen after that. And then I think that gave the government justification to go even further and start locking down accounts on people that, clearly didn't deserve to have their bank accounts frozen. And I think you know a little bit about that.
Well, I do. I mean, my husband was away and working, in the US, and his account was frozen.
Yeah.
Our joint household account was frozen. His business account was frozen. I have 2 fraud alerts that were attached to my account. One was on the 17th of February, and the other one, it was reissued again on the 21st. My husband just found the letter because we've been working on that today. The letter that came from Scotiabank said that you are overdrawn by $100,000. So when he went and called the bank, they said, well, if you want to put in $100,000 into the account, we'll release the funds. Sorry, guys. Mac decides he wants attention.
Is he a freedom dog like my dog?
He loves freedom. He wants to be outside at -14. I'm like, you're crazy. I should have got a Chihuahua, not a Husky, because there he is. Yeah. So, but I mean, that opens a whole new thing. Like, that's almost like extortion. If you want, you must put in $100,000 in order for us to release the funds. Oh, we're truckers. Where are we getting $100,000? Come on now.
Yeah, and that was terrible because people couldn't live, for crying out loud. And
right.
You know, I think the idea was to get people to move on, like leave Ottawa, but it went beyond that and stretched on, and it made it very difficult for a lot of people. And well, we saw the result, right?
Yeah. So, I mean, you've got all that and everything the government put together. It was kind of silly. We're going to take driver's licenses. Well, how do they drive the big trucks out of Ottawa if they have no driver's license?
Exactly.
We're going to take their insurance. Okay, so now if they get into an accident, whose fault is it? The government's? Because the driver has no insurance. You took it. We're going to take the running authority. Well, that means you can't move a truck. I mean, like, it was like, are these people for real? Are these the decisions they're making? Because they're like really bad, you know. So
it makes you wonder how they've come up with the grand plan to kill us all. Like, how did they come up with something so complex and yet they can't get that right?
Well, I mean, they're taking the fuel too. Well, trucks don't move if they don't have fuel. So, I mean, like, it's like really simple stuff that 90% of Canadians that aren't elected would know. You know, I'd say let's take out the kindergarten kids and, you know, maybe the public school kids, but most everybody else knows you need fuel to move a car.
Well, so what do you think the decision today means in the long run? I mean, we're looking at a possible, and I think even a likely appeal all the way to the Supreme Court. Whether it is heard at that level, who knows? Very, very few cases are actually heard at the Supreme Court level. Do you think it'll get that far? And in the meantime,
I think in the meantime, I think we're going to see a whole bunch of lawsuits start against the banking divisions. I mean, I was doing research while driving today, and it is possible that my husband might have a really good case against Scotiabank. He wasn't there. They tried to, you know, hold his account for ransom. His information was released. And we just found out in September about Dean Pierce, who was Scotiabank's IT director or manager, and he's linked to convoytraders.com, and apparently he's leaked all the information. So that now becomes a government operation, not just a bank being put in a position of following what the government's requested. They've actually participated in anti-protest. So I think it's gonna, you know, gonna spark a whole bunch of lawsuits.
Yeah. Well, you're sitting over there awful quiet, Angie.
Well, I was going to ask, like, pleasure to meet you, Bridget.
Hi.
I've seen you chat with Pat, I think in the last month. Do we think, like, if the government would just, hey, come and have a conversation instead of being chickens? Like, I realize it's a large group of people, but you know, they, I just think communicate. We were talking about relationship earlier. Like, isn't that the key? To come down, have a conversation. You know, we're talking about how we have lefties and righties and different personalities, and some people honor the restrictions and the COVID, you know, wear a mask and don't be 6 feet apart, and other people chose not to. But I just think if the government was just came and have a conversation, and you know, it was the PPC and the Conservatives that did come down from, you know, my watching the news point of view, I just think things would have been better. Like it just would have been different. I think relationships are important, and the government crapped the bed on that. And they should have came down, had conversations, and talked about next steps.
Well, I mean, I can see somebody like Trudeau not wanting to be with a bunch of truckers in a room. I get
Especially
it.
when they're
You
flying
know,
big flags out front that say F Trudeau, and there are effigies of him hanging from a.
okay, but that wasn't the truckers. That was like normal people. that
Okay.
wasn't the psycho truckers. Okay,
Yeah, I
the
know,
truckers
but
are in a class of their own. But I mean,
you want
like
me to
we'd
talk
look
to
at it.
those people?
But I mean, truckers are we're kind of honorary people in a sense. You know, we're not going to let you blow smoke up our butt. We get that every day from dispatch, right? So I mean, like, hey, no, it's not snowing on the camera. No, there's 2 feet in front of me, man. I can see it. No, keep going. You're good. But you know, we live through this on a daily basis. We live through coercion on a daily basis. So we're not taking that kind of stuff. It's a whole different ball game for us. But if you wanted to do a Zoom meeting and have your heads of each, you know, in the room with you, we'll go around the table, we'll talk, we'll see what we can come to, right?
Mm-hmm.
That would have gone 100% better than the way it did. The city had no right to get in the middle of a federal issue. And a lot of people go, mandates were provincial. For most people, they were provincial. But for transportation, they are federal. The cross-border was federal. That was not provincial. People really need to learn how we're regulated. We're not regulated, you know, by MTO provincial. We are to the fact that they give us our license, but after that, it's all federal.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would have talked to him. I would have been polite. I would have used sir. I wouldn't have called him names. I would have said, but we need a solution. So how are we going to work towards a solution? I need to work. You're not offering us any CERB. You're not offering us anything for losses for any of us. And yet you're giving people that make, you know, cakes at home $2,000 a month, and they only make $5,000 a year. No, that's not fair. So how about the people that actually keep the economy running, pay the tax, get the benefits to those things that we're putting in? You know, we would have found some way to come to some sort of agreement that we could have lived with, maybe not immediate, but pretty close. You know, I mean, it's a negotiation to get the mandates dropped. I mean, I would have loved it that day, but it probably would have taken a little back and forth.
Michael, you have something to say?
Yeah, just if I look at my family and I say, hey, we're going to go golfing, and I make them all golfing and they all say it sucks and I don't want to do it, why am I going to do it? So if the country is speaking up against these, what I would consider tyrannical breaches of freedom of speech, association, movement, almost every one of our rights, then the government has to go, right? Like running, hiding, and using jackboots is a coward. He should have come in, like Bridget said, face the music. What you're doing is wrong. We have tons of evidence to prove that kids are dying from suicide. We have tons of evidence to prove that there's something weird going on here with this vaccine, the initial rollout and the VAERS. We're seeing people lose their businesses they've had for 80, 90 years. Some of them, one in Oakville there, everybody went there to go get their tuxedo for graduation. And then you went to Ma and Pa's shop there, hang out a bit, and they destroyed that. 250,000 businesses, small businesses. And who made the money? The corporations. It was the greatest transfer of wealth in human history, from the poor to the rich. So when the people called him out on that, he had no honor, no integrity, and no morality. He's morally bankrupt. At that point, he should have resigned, and he could have saved face and talked to Bridget or Tamara or Max or Dr. Alexander or all the people that were sitting there that we wanted to speak for us, right?
Well, I don't think I would have wanted Max or the doctors to speak on behalf of the truckers. That's the thing. Truckers don't want suits speaking for us. We want to be in the room. We want to be included. So I think that was a mistake that was made. Some people assumed they could talk on behalf of truckers. We're a whole different breed, and half the people that were talking on our behalf didn't understand what we do. So, but go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, no. I get that. There's no doubt that the truckers should be there because they're the guys that are the backbone, right? There's so many people that wanted to do something but didn't. They didn't have the guts, right? They didn't have the guts. They didn't have forward. There's some crazy guys like me going out and protesting, but I mean, it just maybe raised some awareness. But when those trucks started rolling and we started to get things together, I was amazed. So I'm from the Burlington area, around in between Hamilton and Toronto, kind of Mississauga, Oakville, Burlington, that lake. And and I'm responsible for Burlington, and I live in Oakville. So we ended up having ports, and Hamilton was amazing. In Niagara, we ended up using Hamilton as a depot. Right. So we would collect at various points, East Burlington. I did the spot in Oakville. Another person did West Burlington. And we had these 3 spots. We go on the Saturday, the guys in Hamilton, they drive it up. Then on the third weekend, it was us. So at the table, you'd probably want to have the doctors that spoke up for the parents. You want the truckers that said, okay, that's it. We're the army. We're in. We need a seat at the table. Put our general there. Oh, this is our scientist. Let's put the scientist there. Here's the politics of it. Here's the legal of it. Let's work something out. And I loved, I just love sitting in the tents with the fire, sitting with a guy from PEI, a guy from Quebec, and a guy from Alberta up in North Calgary there, and just having a smoke and talking and the peace. And I don't know, I just love sitting on that milk crate out there. It wasn't that cold that night. It was only maybe -5 or so. Because the other night when he showed the clip there, you weren't here. My hand froze off. That day it was so cold. It was insane. But I just love the spirit. And it was also, there was parents there. Like I ended up bringing up the third week, the Valentine's. So I collect all these Valentines, and I said, I don't care if you have money or not. Write it on a piece of paper, put an envelope. I'm delivering it. Right, I'm going to hand them randomly. So Chris, I think, oh my gosh, I'm getting his name wrong. He was one of the gentlemen from Calgary, and I was told to go to him, right? Like he was just ops, right? Like dispatches Hamilton, they're in control. There's 3 sites. They're going to tell me what to do when I get there. They told me to go see this guy from Calgary. He says, everyone's been so kind to us, but did you know there's families in vans with their kids freezing with us, standing with us? There's a single guy in a Honda Civic over there. There's another mom over there with her single moms. There was all these people, and he said, please take this and go down these particular places and look for those people. That's the heart of the truckers, right? They give a shit about stuff. It might seem rough or this or that, but at the end of the day, I'd rather have a trucker have my back than some slick suit in Bay Street. Just saying, I want that guy instead. And I'm so proud of you.
Hello, I'm a girl.
My wife gives me shit about trouble about that all the time. It's a compliment. It's a compliment, right? But, just the heart and the soul of that event. And it was created because you gave people guts, right? There's people like maybe archers, like, oh yeah, I'm going to poke away at my city hall a bit. I'm just an archer. Then came in the big guys with the big double-handed swords, They had the shields, and we just went with them, and we were your support, and you were our leaders. And that, to me, that's why I felt the most Canadian I've ever felt in my entire life. Being with truckers, doctors, scientists, single moms, families, all sharing the same thing, wanting our freedom to choose and live our lives according to what's best for us without hurting anybody else. That's all we wanted. Leave us alone. And you guys, if it wasn't for you, we'd probably be triple jabbed and have those camps. So thank you.
So can I ask
You're
you a
welcome.
question, Michael, and everybody? What's going on in the States right now with these protests, ICE? You see people being beaten in the streets. We've seen at least one person killed. People have differing views on what the circumstances are surrounding that, and, you know, different perspectives. I think ICE agents have now shot 11 people protesting. So when I look at what happened in Canada, the Freedom Convoy, nobody was killed. Nobody was shot with like bullets that could have killed them. I think there were rubber bullets used, but nobody was shot with like live munitions that were lethal rounds. So people here in Canada, especially in the freedom movement or whatever you call it these days, they're up in arms and appalled at what happened in Ottawa, and yet I see the same people cheering for what's going on the streets in various cities in the U.S. And I just want your thoughts. Is there a difference, or what do you think?
If I may,
yeah,
it's about, you look at the Antifa in Montreal, smashing things, wrecking things, being annoying, bugging, wrecking properties. Just
okay, but I want to. That's Montreal.
Right. I'm getting there. So
okay,
you have that, right? Yeah. And you have the double standard, where Bridget, I don't know, did you play some street hockey? We're a little big for the bouncy castle, but you know, we weren't tearing down statues, doing anything. We weren't blocking a law. We were defending our rights under the Charter of Rights. Now, when you have criminals are treated different. We were treated like criminals when we didn't deserve to be treated like criminals. If you enter the country illegally, or you're a drug dealer, or you go and rape somebody, that's not the same as the truckers. Trust me. We were playing street hockey there, flipping pancakes.
But you're passing judgment on how, whether there's virtue in protesting for this or that. Is this a worthy thing to protest for? When in my view, people have the right to protest. You might not agree with this on this issue or that issue, but they're out in the streets protesting. It's a political thing, and the government in the United, Trump has this paramilitary force out there, and they've shot citizens with live ammunition, wounding them and killing one person. Now,
you're blown away by it. Well, let me tell you, when you obstruct justice is different than when you are standing up for justice, right? I'm not like, if I go to the States and my visa, I had a TN visa, if it expired and I stayed there, I'm deported, right? Yeah. And that's the law. I need to leave, right? I'm illegally there. Right now, I am a criminal. I am not a citizen protesting my rights under the Charter of Rights. I see a distinction between those two things, just like I do Antifa, destroying things. We didn't do that.
But Michael, like, not everybody being shot is an illegal immigrant. We're talking about just U.S. citizens who have a view on an issue, and they've been shot.
Well, if you're talking about the
not lady, arrested, shot.
If you're talking about the lady that lost her life,
well, they've now shot 11 people. Well, 11 people shot in the streets.
Well, okay, so one guy, I only know two stories. I know the lady that tried to run the guy over. You see the body cam, you see the guy get run over. They didn't
Yeah.
show that, and they get all the hype and the clickbait going, right?
Mm.
Then the second one, my understanding was a guy shooting his AR-15 and pointed it and took 2 shots at an off-duty ICE officer. And it's lucky he missed.
Watch out.
Otherwise, the ICE officer would be dead, right? So there's a difference between that and standing there peacefully singing songs, right? Like, there's a difference. You guys got an AR. She's trying to run over somebody. You're obstructing the law, the justice. We're standing up for our rights. So that I see a difference. Perhaps the ladies would like to chime in too, but I do see a distinct difference between the two.
Well, the only thing I can chime in about, really honestly, is that I travel across the US all the time, and everybody keeps saying that there's all this going on. I'm in truck stops with foreigners every night. I see no ICE. I'm in warehouses that produce food. I don't see ICE in there, and everywhere I go, there's immigrants from somewhere else, whether they're legal or otherwise. They're there processing the food, right? So everywhere I go, I don't see ICE. I don't know if all this ICE stuff is going on, or is it being exaggerated for us? I don't know. I mean, it would be really nice to have, people that have expired visas out of trucking and out of Canada. We have, was that, 500,000 that are supposed to be gone?
Well, 2 million. 2 million.
2 million. Okay, that number's up.
Yeah. And so what are we going to do, right? I'm not going to defend it. I
have a great idea.
What's yours?
Okay, so we rent the Sky Dome. We bring in a food bank, and on the backside, we have buses going to the airport. I'm just saying, if your visa's expired, we just walk out the back door.
Well, but that's not happening, right? What you have is one side sensationalizing something, which you're driving there, you don't see it. Doesn't mean it doesn't happen, but it doesn't mean it is happening, right? We don't know. You're an anecdotal thing, just like me when I go to Queen's Park and talk to a nurse, or my father or my brother-in-law who's a hazmat fireman during COVID, right? Like, it's anecdotal, right? But
I just came out of Minnesota, bud.
Well, if you were in Minnesota, maybe it's got more weight to it. But I'm Rick. I'm in favor of deporting illegals and expired visas and people that ran over the border. I'm for stronger borders. I want to just shut the tap off, send everybody home. I want to be able to get our house in order. I want that nine-year-old who died in Brant Hospital in Burlington because he had to wait 9-10 hours. I want him to be able to get looked at like us before mass immigration, when I could go in and that child would be seen in 2 hours, right? I want that Canada back. And a lot of that is an overstressed situation with immigration. It stresses out your seats in your school, your hospital beds, your finances, your housing, your cost of living, and they do U-turns on the freaking highway and do dumb shit. We need people that know how to drive, in my opinion. Like I don't know. You're a trucker. You see this stuff way more than I do, but I'm seeing a lot of clips like that Florida one and other ones that just I never saw. And I used to drive back and forth to Ottawa when I went to Carleton University, back forth, like from Mississauga, which is next to Toronto, back forth. I always trusted the truck driver, especially in a snowstorm. I'd follow him.
Follow us. We know what we're doing most of the time. Yeah. But I mean, the other problem is if you look at the actual numbers to truck accidents, 90%, I believe was the rating, is caused by the four-wheeler, and that's what happens. Now, is it inexperience by some of these drivers? Absolutely. Is it inexperience because they don't know how to drive or they got a fake license? Yes. Yeah. But I mean, but that's administration. Why are we allowing people to tell it? Like when I got mine in 2015, I literally had the MTO officer tell me, oh yeah, the guy will come in, we'll tell him his documents are no good, he'll go out, call his buddy, he'll come back in with a new set of documents. So why are you processing those documents? They're not legit, right?
Yeah.
And there was a whole story about that. But I mean, that's the people at MTO needing to take responsibility, and they're not. So, everybody's just like, whatever, I don't want to deal with it. Well, people need to start dealing with it.
There's a clip I saw about 2-3 months ago. I might have it somewhere. So a gentleman, he's born here. He's a Sikh. He doesn't have his turban, but he's born here, Sikh family. They came over just like my dad. They came from Poland, right? And they were Polish and Canadian. Okay. He hates it. He says that they're wrecking the industry, right? You're getting a bunch of guys in that aren't doing the maintenance. They're not paying people, and they're also underpaying like crazy. They're just driving prices down. As a trucker, you see what's going on. How is that affecting you as a trucker with your shifts, safety, just your normal life? You've been doing it since 2015. We're here 10 years later, and we're seeing really weird stuff happen with trucking.
Well, trucking is a shady industry just to begin with, right? But for it is, if it's the most shadiest industry I've ever worked in, to be quite honest. But I'm one of the 1,500 this month. We'll be parking our truck and eventually selling it. So I'm losing my truck, right? Because of the industry. But it's not just the Indian people. Everybody says, oh, it's the Indians. It's not just them. It is everything that the government has done to us. Deregulation, brought in brokers. Brokers are scammers. Why do we, nobody asks these questions. Why do we allow some guy in Croatia to know where our truck full of hazmat chemicals are going through your city center? Why do we allow some other person from another country to know where our hazardous material on a truck are? Why? They should not know, right? That's a danger. We're not allowed to take certain routes. We can't go near the airport, although I've done it once by accident. Sorry, that was in Chicago. And I mean, you're not allowed to go through schools. Car wouldn't let me over for the off-ramp. But I mean, we're not supposed to be in these areas for a reason, but we can drive through like the GTA with these on these trucks, but the load was scheduled by somebody in a different country. Why do we not demand that it is only Canadians that know where our Canadian freight is, right? Brokers should be limited. They should have a cap, because we do have to take care of maintenance. We can't do everything at the rates currently. You cannot pay yourself and keep the truck maintained unless you're a mechanic or have, severe mechanical skills. Somebody like me who knows a little bit, but I can't, do some of the stuff. I need a mechanic every now and then, right? All the prices have gone up except for my rate. My rate is down. It's still down since 2022. So the trucking rates have to change. Everybody wants a raise. It's high time the truckers actually start getting paid what we're worth. Our rate currently for truckers is very close to the 1970 rate of $1.35. In 1980, my husband drove just a little box van, did expedite service. He got paid $1 a mile. Today it's only $2 a mile. That's from back when fuel was 49 cents, right? So if you look at what the fuel costs are now, what the cost is to operate, including the increased tolls, increased IFTA, increased just to run your truck, your plates, $2,700 a month or a year. Plus you've got your insurance, which is $1,600 a month. You put all that together on a $2.02 a mile how many miles do you have to drive before you actually see a profit just based on what the government takes from us?
So are you of the adage that that we are importing a lot of people to drive wages down? Like, what do you personally think?
Absolutely.
So you think, because that's what the guy in Brampton said, the Canadian Sikh-born guy. He was saying that they were definitely using the system to drive down wages, and be able to treat people shittier. Actually, like, so I was just curious about that, because I'm listening to kids not being able to get a job. Right, I used to be able to get a job at McDonald's, the bowling alley, the pizza shop.
Yep.
Go drive UPS on Saturdays, whatever, those types of things, deliver pizzas. They can't get those jobs, and the wages are down a lot. Even in my industry, I'm feeling it for the first time ever. Wages have dropped considerably. And I think and I've also started a new website called votewithyourwallet.ca, where I'm going to take the government data of all the companies that hire temporary foreign workers. So you can go there and decide if you want to buy from that company or not. But we got off topic. Rick really wanted to talk about the aspects of the Emergency Act and, what they did versus what Trump's doing. So sorry, Rick, we got off topic. It's not often I get to speak with a lovely lady like Bridget that has completely different experiences than any of my friends. So thank you. It was quite a hijack it.
Well, and I get your newsletter.
Oh, you do?
I do.
Well, that's way good. You're a little far to meet Mike, but if you're driving by on the 31st there, going by Burlington, come and have a coffee or something.
Right? I was like, oh, Burlington, really?
Yeah, maybe I'll get to Minnesota sometime. We were in St. Clair. We loved it. It was awesome.
Well, I live in Wallaceburg.
Wallaceburg, and where's that? It's by Oxford,
Chatham, Kent.
Chatham, Kent. Oh, you're on that side. That way.
Yeah,
we're practically next door neighbors.
Holy,
we are next door neighbors, Rick.
Rick, you got to have a barbecue and invite us. I don't mind a drive on a sunny day. My wife loves it. She loves it. We got a great place to go.
Well, maybe I'll do like a private, friends book signing in the spring.
Oh, that would be great, because Tish Conlon, I met her through the PPC as well. She's also like one of those self-help. She's very good at, helping you get your life together. She's a really great girl. She just recently did that. We had a book signing at her house, and it was really great. My wife always, you got cash? Yes, honey. I got to get that book. I got to get that. So I just let her pick the books, but that would be a great idea.
Does she need the ISB number for Amazon,
no,
or does she have it?
No, she likes to get the hard.
Is that my cue to put this back up on the screen?
Yeah, that is. See, there it is. Take a screenshot for your wife.
Well, her book signings are, she's like my middle son. She wants to hold it in her hand and nobody to digitally audit it later. And she loves the feel of it. She can bring it out to the beach. She can bring it out to the backyard, wherever. So if you got one, invite us. I'll try to invite, put it out in the newsletter. And we'll meet Mike when you meet Bridget and come get a personally autographed book. And then we should have Rick there too. You got to have Rick. You got to have him.
Absolutely. He's been such a help on the book. I'd even invite Alex Novak, who actually helped develop the storyline. So I don't know if everybody knows who that is, but he is a historian in the U.S. and is very much into politics and civil rights and stuff like that. So he actually was the first guy that I was talking with to put the book out. So that was really good.
Yeah, this is a good segue into our next topic of discussion tonight, which is media influence on new media, of money, donations, the paid activism masquerading as journalism. These issues, it's and then just journalistic ethics and the way that they're evolving right now, and the pressures that are being brought to bear on journalistic ethics because of this new medium, the internet, and that ties into your book as well, Bridget, because as I've said to people, I proofread your book,
Yes, you
and
did.
and so we had discussions about the ethics surrounding that, because I'm trying to still apply the standards, the ethical standards that I was taught as a journalism student, and the same standards that I've always tried to live up to, and have aspired to as a mainstream media journalist, television, radio, print, wherever I've been working. And this is a new medium. And when I look around, I see a lot of those, in my view, those standards have gone right out the window. Not only have I said that journalism is basically, as I've known it, is almost dead, if not completely dead. I sometimes think I'm the only one left out there. The ethics have kind of been thrown out the window too. And Michael, I think, again, just before we came on live, you said during the last election, federal election, Maxime Bernier, PPC leader, said that he came right out and said this. He referred to the network of conservative influencers that I think many people are familiar with out there. He said that they're paid. He came right out and said that. I don't know. Were you aware of him saying that?
I would have to lend credence to that, because in the election, I was blessed because of 4 years of hard work by a very dedicated team. We were able to get ads in the local paper, right? So on digitally and this and that. And every time my ad came up, there would be Pierre Poilievre at the top, right? Or I go to read an article about Max on Rebel, Pierre Poilievre at the top, right? So, you're paying for your advertising. So obviously, with all the money the conservatives and the liberals have spent, and we've spent money too on media as well. Like, hey, get us an ad in this paper, tell us about our gala, or, we're having this. So, it's common, but it really, if you think that they're being unbiased and you're seeing heavy ads from a pharma company or from a particular company, they're going to shill for them.
I think it goes further than that, though. It goes to how some people are, like, if you look at a lot of people from the Freedom Convoy, they all thought Tamara Leach started the convoy, which is completely inaccurate. But why was that? Because she was propped up by lawyers friends, Ezra, who is a lawyer who owns a media company. This was a whole coordinated effort to make that shine, right? To make that a product and a brand, right? Don't think they don't do that with other people. Max doesn't have that. He doesn't have the brand, like, look at the shiny penny. He doesn't have that. Pierre Poilievre, if you look at when he became the shiny penny, the glasses came off, the tight t-shirts came on, he started working out, right? He became the brand, right? Mark Carney became the brand because of his book, and he knows economics. That was sold to the older generation who needs to know economics, right? Oh, we were taught the bankers are good people, right? Whereas the rest of us are like, we all know the bankers are not good people, right?
And I think what you guys are talking
farther.
I think what you guys are talking about is sort of a traditional or conventional look at advertising as it's being employed in new media. But the bigger issue that I think needs examination, especially here tonight, is the way that those, even laws, Michael, I'm sure you're familiar with the laws that you have to comply with when you're purchasing political advertising as a candidate, right? And on television, radio, and so on, and even on the internet. But there are ways that they're getting around this. And what I'm seeing on both Canada and the US, but especially in Canada, because I'm more familiar with the regulations up here. It's like the regulations don't matter anymore. If you have a social media influencer that you bring on board as a political influencer and you're being paid by a political party without anybody really knowing that you're getting this money, so maybe even through like a back door or whatever, and it's not clear how the funding is coming into some of these folks, but you can set up a whole network, and if the funding is coming in a way that kind of complies with the law, but like legally, but there are these ethical and moral issues that come into play that maybe are being ignored. I'm just saying that it's pretty clear that some of this stuff it's just being done to get around the old rules. So the rules have gone out the window, and it's a whole new era, and ethics out the window, because I think it's more about what I'm getting at is you have these people online who are portraying themselves as sources of news and credible information that's supposed to be unbiased in some way, but it's clearly not. But because they have this veneer of a newscaster, or people are not aware that what they're watching is really a commercial. That's kind of the point that I'm making, right? And maybe Angie can comment on this too, because I think she has some perspective on it, having worked in radio and marketing, and I think even beyond that. Are you still there, Angie, or you keep hiding behind your camera? She's muted, so maybe, I don't know. Maybe she's gone somewhere. Not sure. But are you picking up on this, or do I need to be more explicit in what I'm saying? I'd like you guys to maybe elaborate on it.
I don't know. From what I see, I get outspent. I get, censored. People like to throw hockey sticks in the spokes of my bike while I'm going down the road in the election. And so to me, it's like a battle of money. And I think it's fair that if in some ways, right, if you follow the rules, it's fair. But if you're figuring out ways to do backdoor deals, right, where there's no advertising on that site, but yet this person is always portraying stories, a certain narrative, I think that's kind of shicer. I don't have any evidence of that.
I see the liberals doing it too. Like I see the Liberal Party kind of fighting back, and they had, a few, I would say, live streamers or influencers that in my view were so biased that they've kind of come into that vein too, so it's becoming
we just want honesty.
More common. It's becoming the norm, I think, is what I'm saying.
The problem is, and I don't know if Bridget was here when we discussed it with Angie, but it's people are more alike than they are different. They want families, they want to have a house, they want people to leave them alone, not tell them what to do, where they can go, what they can build, what they can own. And that's it. And when you have a bunch of people taking money and trying to persuade people, we're missing our truth, right? You see it in DEI, right? You're hiring a guy, I'll hire anybody but the white guy because he's an oppressor and all this stuff. So you get a moral relativism, which is why we have hypocrisy. We need truth, right? We just want truth. Whether I like it or not, I want truth, right? I want the freedom of speech. If you're protesting to, like, there's that Dina girl in Toronto that assaulted somebody or whatever, I would want her to be treated by the rule of law just like anybody else who had done the same thing. And I think that's what we're missing in journalism as well. Our whole country is missing truth and equality, right? Where people have honor, moral values, and conviction. They're just the quick scrolls, quick flash, quick buck.
We have a new guest joining us for the first time. It's Edward Pullman, I think is your name, right? Welcome.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, and just to go around here, that's Michael Bader up in the corner there, People's Party of Canada candidate in Burlington. I guess the what's the right phrase, because there's not an election on right now, Michael.
It's a candidate of record.
Yes, and there's Bridget Belton, the I call her does it bother you, Bridget, when I call you the mother of the convoy?
Oh, you're muted.
Yeah, you're muted. Yeah.
No, that's strange. I can hear her. I just heard her. That was very odd.
There you are.
I hear ya.
Yeah.
I hear ya.
Are you monitoring my phone? No.
I am on the screen. Yeah.
No, it doesn't bother me because
Okay.
a lot of people said I kind of hovered and made
Yeah.
sure that, you know, people were taken care of. I tried to do my best. I was and my buddies, even in trucking, go, "You're like Mother Hubbard. You're always honest. Oh, do you need your button sewn? Look, your button's broken here. I've got the sewing kit in the truck." So it's like, you know, no. So it doesn't bother me.
Okay, all right. Because I keep using that, and anyway. So so Edward, is it Ed or Edward?
You can call me Ed.
Okay, so Ed's here tonight because he is, he has some insight I think that might be valuable into a person. We'll call him an ostrich donor. He donated, he says, a substantial amount of money, somewhere between $40,000 and $60,000 to that crazy ostrich farm.
Ouch.
And yeah, that's a lot of coin, right? And so I'd been told about him many, many months ago, probably 6, 7, maybe 8 months ago, but I never knew really who he was. And then he was brought to the program here, essentially, like brought to me, and we were given an opportunity to do an interview with him, and his name is David Alot, right? Is that how you pronounce his name, right?
Alot, yeah.
Yeah, and Ed is an old school acquaintance or friend, maybe of David's, and the whole thing, frankly, with David has been a little bit weird because, and this is what precipitated this conversation tonight, because David is very active politically. Obviously, he somehow has, he's wealthy enough or has access to funds or whatever to the point where he can donate money to that level out at the farm. And yet now he's claiming to have some sort of donor's remorse, and which is odd. And then we've had these debates because he has been promoting a service. I don't know that he's an owner or even employed by them, but he's got some sort of connection, affiliation anyway, because he's promoting this company called The Bridge, encouraging Canadians to move to the United States in the face of all this 51st state stuff. And then on top of that, he's advocating on this platform and elsewhere, I guess, for Canada to become the 51st state. So I've been highlighting the U.S. connections to that particular protest. It concerns me because of the foreign influence out there. I've never, as I dug into the background on that farm, it became apparent to me that in my view, it really has very little to do with the birds, and it has a lot to do with political activism, a lot of different issues, international foreign affairs issues. That's why you're seeing the intervention and I'd say interference from RFK Jr., Dr. Oz, Mr. Katzimatidis, the billionaire out of New York who owns the biggest oil refinery, or he's the biggest purchaser of Alberta oil. All these connections, big red flags for me, real concerns. And it goes beyond that. And Ed is here tonight to maybe shed a little bit more light on this sort of shadowy donor figure who came to our program, and we had him on twice, and we had these spirited exchanges on the program. He calls me an OG lib, and I kind of like David, but he's, I don't know. It went off the rails, and I said, well, I don't want any money from you because I don't support your views politically, and I don't want to become the 51st state. So please don't donate. But then he started dumping in money into the Rumble Reds, and we've now accumulated about $1,000 in there, and I'm uncomfortable with it for a whole bunch of reasons, which I'll get into as this discussion expands. But Dave, the other reason we're talking about this tonight is because David says he claims to be connected to the top 10 conservative influencers in Canada, and seems to be in a position to perhaps be providing them with funds, with money, and there is evidence to support what he has been saying. Some of this is a little murky and odd, and so Ed, maybe you can help us tonight make some sense of this. And the reason I'm doing this as well is I'm just throwing it out to the chat and to our viewers to help me navigate the ethics on this and what we should be doing with this money that has been dumped into our program, unsolicited funds that I said I actually didn't want. So first of all, how do you know introduce yourself, I guess, Ed, and then tell us how the heck you know Mr. Halott.
Well, for sure. I'll just quickly say I live in Victoria, which David I don't believe lives in anymore. But yeah, I was connected to him through our time at University of Victoria.
And could we get you to tilt your camera down just a little bit so we can see more of you?
How's
little less headroom. There we go. Perfect.
How's that? There we go.
Yeah, excellent.
So yeah, with David, we went to school together. I mean, I didn't actually meet David until I enrolled with I worked with a number of student activists on a slate for a student society election, and he kind of threw himself in there, when he was a student union guy. He was wearing costumes and playing guitar and singing about lower tuition fees, and he was really he actually came up with the name of our slate, Team Fast for a Sustainable Tomorrow. So Dave was and is somebody who has a lot of energy and creativity, and at the time he was very focused on sustainability. That was a really big buzzword for him, and that was the world at the time, right? We had Al Gore's An Inconvenient Truth. We had lots of discussion around climate change, lots of concerns around conservation. So I feel like that was very eminent in a lot of the discourse, and I think David really picked up on that. But it's funny actually, because David he didn't stay his full term, and he got married. Well, he had a kid at some point, got married, moved down to Texas. Didn't keep in super close touch with him, just knew he was down there. Was down there for a while, clearly did well. He likes to talk about how moving to the States is somehow unique and a new thing, and people getting away from the Liberals when, people have moving to the States from Canada for, since Confederation and before that. So, people move to the States and, often they'll make more money and do pretty well for themselves. And, that was certainly the case for David. He came back to Victoria in 2023, as he indicated on his show. And, got himself involved in the community. He was located specifically in Langford, and, just involved himself in the community. I hail from the left side of the political spectrum. David's on the right. So, we had a few discussions and debates and whatnot throughout time, and that was totally fine, of course. And then, in early 2024, I remember him announcing that he was going to run for the Conservative Party of BC. I remember reaching out to him and congratulating him, saying good for him. I have good feelings and whatnot towards anybody who decides to put their name forth for public office. It's a real responsibility. It's you're really putting yourself out there. So, I wanted to give him well wishes and get to know him more. And, we never connected, but as time went along, and as 2024 was kind of a weird year, Trump got elected, obviously. And there was just this accumulation of the conservative backlash that we saw to, just COVID and here in Canada, of course, the Trudeau regime. And, that really materialized. And I think, David was taking a lot of that in. I think especially for Canadians, right? I think we have a pretty unique perspective because we can look at what's going on in the States and just, pass a certain level of judgment on it, which I was, doing with him in exchanges. And I just remember pointing out to him how USAID was eliminated by the Trump administration, and how the elimination of food and vaccines was going to kill a lot of babies and going to kill a lot of young children, on the basis that you're denying care aid. This is the world's richest country, and most of this aid is tied to industries within the United States. So it's this hilarious double own where not only are you removing aid to the most vulnerable people, but you're actually removing subsidies for your own industries in the process. So trying to make this point with him, and then he just goes straight to the abortion issue with me, and that was the first time he had kind of thrown in abortion. And that was really interesting because, maybe the four of us can have a discussion on the subject, but, there's a mainstream in Canada on the perspective, and we can talk about our need to actually have legislation around it instead of the current lack of that. But, it was just interesting to see him talk immediately about, the killing of babies and essentially the equation. And this is what a lot of people believe, right? Especially in the States. That any killing of anything you do to an embryo is bad, and embryos are full humans, and if you do anything to them, then you're literally a baby murderer, to the point where I was sending him articles on like all of these, comparing different cities that have essentially stopped women from being able to access life-saving healthcare, and the large increase in women deaths and expectant mothers deaths because they miscarry and they can't abort, and so to see someone go there and just immediately go to the point of just, well, I don't care if these people die because blah blah blah. So when we got to there, I was kind of like, okay, I've really lost you.
So can I just pause for a moment?
Yeah, sure.
and maybe tilt your camera down again a little bit, because
Mm-hmm.
it'll just fill the frame a little more for us.
Yeah.
And this is the other odd thing that, and I don't know how really important this is, but it is important because I'm trying to figure out who people are these days and whether I can trust them or whether they're real, or if they're faking to be one thing when they're actually another thing. And right in his email address, and I won't give out his email address here, but the word progressive is in it.
Yeah,
and then
because he was progressive 20 years ago,
yeah,
absolutely,
which he has
when he got
said
that email. Yeah,
but it just seems very, it's something's happened here, because he's gone from being a progressive, and he says he grew up in a progressive or a liberal home, and was very active, I guess, was at the University of Victoria.
Yeah, he was somewhat active.
Okay.
He was active, and then withdrew from campus politics to focus on his.
And now
his
he's
family.
kind of gone way over to the other side, sort of, right?
Well, but I mean, you look at opinion polling, right? For my generation, right? When I was in my 20s, in my early 20s, my generation was a majority NDP, and now you look at opinion polls now, and plurality conservative. Right, so I'm actually the exception to the rule now, right? Like,
well, he's 2 years ahead of schedule, because there's that old phrase, Tory by 40, right?
Tory by, or it was it? Geez, I can't remember who.
Somebody must have robbed him.
Well, I think Burke, or under 40 and a liberal, you have no heart. Over 40 and a liberal, you have no brain. That's it. That was it. Yeah. I think I can't remember if that was Burke or who that was. So. But also at the same time, so that expression exists, but then also when we look at how you vote in your first election is likely how you're going to vote in the rest of the elections in your life. That's there's plenty of studies showing that as well. But yeah, no, you can just look at the opinion polling and see the shift over time, where men were men especially were oh, wow. Interesting. Money for charity. Move to America and build a better life or live in Canada under boomer squalor. Canada has left Gen Z and millennials behind.
So, this is him promoting this service, Move to Texas. And they have a team of lawyers, and they charge a fee, and they're promoting this on a number of platforms. I know that they are promoting it with Clyde Do Something. He specifically mentioned Clyde, says that he's connected to the top 10 conservative influencers. There's a relationship of some kind there?
I don't think that's true. For like, he's definitely had a connection with Clyde, because I've seen him posting about Clyde. How many other connections he has, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it could be exaggeration, or maybe just even outright lies. He
Yeah.
says, this is the other odd thing about him, Ed, is that he actually came out and said that he will lie, and that they don't believe he
Yeah, I heard
doesn't
that.
believe in truth, and it's very freaking weird. Like, oh, okay, so you're saying you will lie, so how can I believe anything you say?
Well, but we've heard that from Trump very clearly, right? Like,
Yeah, that's true.
in Cleveland, where they're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats, right? We all remember
Right,
that, right? And then JD Vance came out immediately afterwards and justified it and said, "This is fine. You know, this is in service. We're just having fun. This is in service of something." You know, so I'm not at all surprised to see David engaging in this kind of and again, he uses the term gaslighting, which is exactly what he's doing.
Yes,
right?
that's
to call
exactly
Canada
right.
communism.
To the point,
give me a fucking break.
To the point where, and I said to him, I'm not your enemy. Like, why are you like it? This is strange to me. Why he's here coming down hard on me. I'm not an OG lib, but I am a boomer.
Yeah,
which
but
he
look
also
at what Meg is
blames
doing
for
right
everything.
now. It's tearing itself apart. You know, it's going to purity tests to the fullest degree, and yeah.
And here he is. And to make some sort of a strange point, or to insult me, or just to spite me or something, he's dumping money in the chat, and I'm like, this is freaking weird, right? It was like 100 the first night, 200 the next, 300 the next, 400 the next. There's $1,000 in there now. And I'm like, I don't really want you to donate. And I did thank him for donating, but I didn't really want the money, because I don't want to be compromised, is the point, right? So this is strange. I'm not sure how to deal with it. And Bridget, I mean, you and I had this conversation about your book, and I'm like, I don't even know if I should proofread your book. And then I'm agonizing over whether I should charge a fee or not charge a fee to do it, because I don't want even the appearance of being compromised ethically or journalistically. And now I've got this guy in a public way dumping money in my chat. Well, he's also telling me that these other influencers are, connected to him, or he's connected to them somehow. And then he came out, and Angie and I had a conversation with him on live, where we're talking about a request from him where he wanted all my notes and research material on the ostrich farm, because he now has donor's remorse for having donated all this money to the farm, and now he feels like he's been duped by the farm. And so he wants he says, if I give them all my background information, all my research, these other influencers will take it and then do these, I guess, basically hit pieces or hit jobs on the ostrich farm. And I said, I'm not giving up my notes. I'm a journalist. I don't just give up my notes and research material for a whole bunch of ethical reasons. It's just not that simple. And it's been a very strange experience with him, which, like, this is why we're having the discussion tonight, because it's just opened the door for me to examine what's going on the internet with not just these conservative influencers, but all influencers, and specifically with them, I guess, too, because he's the one focusing attention on them. He's the one focusing attention on Clyde Do Something, not really me. It's him. And he's saying he's got the relationship. And then Clyde Do Something shows up in my chat and says something. Rick, do you know what the definition of defamation is? It's like, to me, it feels almost like a trap, when I haven't really done anything wrong except say, please don't donate money to me. Ed, can you shed some light on this? Or I don't know, man. I'm here because he also said you should ask your audience what you should do with the money. And I'm like, I didn't really want to do it, because now we're focusing attention on him again, which I think is what he really wants. But at the same time, I am perplexed, and I am torn in what I should do with the funds. So I am putting myself on trial here tonight to a degree, and asking for your help and the help of the viewers here tonight to navigate through this.
I mean, I think frankly, David's just trying to fuck with you, if I'm being perfectly honest, right? I think there's really no objective beyond that.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah, no, like, I mean, it's funny. I was having a fundraiser a little while ago, and just put it on my Facebook, and he randomly sent me a $500 donation. So all I can really say is that, like, he's religious, and so there's definitely a belief in donating. But at the same time, in all my conversations with him, he's never been very revealing of his background. Like, I don't know, does he come from money? He could very well come from
this
money.
Doesn't make sense, because he went bankrupt, and
well,
yet now
well
he
that's
says
what
he
he
has
told
all
you.
this money.
That's what he told
says.
you.
That's what he told me, right?
Well, exactly.
And I can't believe
That's
anything
what he
says.
told you. So,
But here's the other reason I am concerned about it, because he puts this in the chat. Hopefully Rick will disclose what he does with the dirty money.
Mm-hmm.
Now that puts me in an awkward position, doesn't it? And him. Is he joking? Is he serious? Is he lying? Or is he telling the truth? And where does that leave me? Now I have donations that he's calling dirty money. What kind of dirty money? Does that suggest that that's money that's not legal? Or is it just morally or ethically dirty? So what am I obligated to do at this point with this money that this man has just unsolicited funds? Like, I didn't ask for it. I said specifically I didn't want any money from him. And then I get these donations. Like, now what do I have to do? Because he says it's dirty money. Do I have to take this to police?
So here's the other thing with David, right? Is he's partly reacting to the culture of sincerity and seriousness that, I think was a hallmark of the older generations, of saying what you meant and believing it. And again, like I said this to you earlier, Rick, on the phone, like, you look at Pete Hegseth, you look at the people in the White House, you compare them to Dick Cheney and Donald Rumsfeld, and that whole, the neocons of the 2000s versus the MAGA Republicans of today. They're not remotely serious. These guys are serious. They don't stand for anything. They don't. Their agenda is just owning the libs, and that's it. That's literally it. It's
Michael, you're kind of in that vein. Like, is that what's your assessment on this? Because I think you're in a different place politically.
Well, personally, I don't like drama. I eliminate drama any chance I get. Anybody who's sketchy, I give them the benefit of the doubt to check their heart, right? Like, I think Angie would be that type of person too. You see somebody, but at some point you get the vibes where, wait, this something's not right, when you have these kind of weird things happen. And I prefer personally, whether it's a business decision or not, just done. I would just hit refund. Thanks for coming out, buddy.
That's the thing though, Michael. I can't do that. I can't, because in Rumble, there's no mechanism in there to just hit a button and refund the money, because that's the first thing I looked at. And I've had conversations with David about this, and I've explained it to him. And yet he goes in the chat and he's making all these statements about how I'm just going to keep the money. And I've discussed, charities that maybe we could give it to, or different things.
I would just say, look, buddy, I'm uncomfortable taking the money, right? I'm just don't feel comfortable. Tell me how you want me to distribute it. If I don't find out in 10 days, I'm giving it to my favorite charity. And probably there's a food bank that would really like that. There's a church that's feeding people that would like that money. And if he doesn't want his money back, then put it to good use, right? That's all I can say. And then cut the ties. I'm done. That's my life. I try to cut away drama as much as I can. I give people the benefit of the doubt until I don't trust them.
Well, I don't trust him already.
And then you're done. You're done. All relationships are done.
I don't trust him. Is that warranted, Ed? Angie? Because you're the one. It was you. Elena was really the one who brought him to me. One of the protesters out of the farm, who says that she is the one who brought David to the farm as the donor, and then she brought him to me as well for the interview. Essentially, was it her? Or was it you?
No, it was me. But Elena brought his donations to the farm allegedly.
Right.
Look, it's such a spider web of BS. Like, I can't tell you how many times that gentleman, if he's a believer in God and follows Christ, he's got to open up the red letters and have a looky-loo into them. he was so completely full of BS within the conversation that we had on Facebook. And then, he doesn't take accountability for the part he plays. And I'm not perfect, so I'm not saying I'm, no angel, but he just compulsively was full of crap all the time. And obviously, I'm going to speak up about this. I think you should donate that money to the Edgewood Community Club to help with their cell tower upkeep, the seniors housing, because it's a great organization. And if anyone else wants to, it's Edgewood Community Club Society at gmail.com.
Yeah, she's tied to those guys. I'm not exactly sure what your connection is, but you've been doing a good job of promoting them. That's for sure. Yeah.
Well, the thing is a number of people wanted to support the woman who was assaulted and had fuel dumped on her. They were going to light a match to her. This allegedly, this guy is charged with it now. And so Lois, the lovely lady from Edgewood, she said she didn't want funds coming her way, but she would like that to go to a couple. Also, PALS is another one. It's an organization in Nakusp and the Edgewood Volunteer Fire Department. But yeah, I'm voting for the Edgewood Community Club if we're all taking a poll here. So, and also too, David told me he's going to donate a whole bunch, so I gave him 3 emails there because he said he was going to donate to them, but unfortunately, I don't trust the individual.
Yeah. So, I mean, and I've said that's what politicians and corporations and even gangsters do that. They'll donate to both sides in a political campaign so that it doesn't matter what the outcome is. They win either ways because they own or at least have heavy influence at the end because they've paid off both sides. Right. And in this case, it's the ostrich farm versus some of the local residents who are upset with what was going on there. So he donated heavy to the political activism and the protest, and now he's going to donate to the other side because they're all pissed off. And so he owns both sides. He's going to own the town.
So he says.
Yeah, so he says. So he says.
He
seems to have a limit, though, because he stopped donating.
Oh, I think we quit talking about him, too, so who knows?
Well, here we are. I don't know if he'll show up tonight.
One of those things where you say someone's name 3 times and they show up. I think where my challenge is, like some of the stuff he says is valid. It's very hard to own a home if you are, a young adult or coming up. You have to have
okay, but I don't want to get into all that crap.
But no, I'm just saying
crap.
And part of that, but the problem is his delivery and every other thing he said, like he does not have receipts for the information, and he also doesn't admit where that money came from. So he said originally it was all from him, and then it's not from him. So, anyways,
see, the other problem I have is if I donate the money in any public way, people will know where it came from. So if I donate it to these people out in Edgewood, he gets all the credit, and yet he's been kind of a dick about it all, to be blunt. And I don't think that he deserves the praise because of the way he has gone about it, which is actually to attack me, damage me. It's been an insult to me. It's taunting me, right? It's to mess with me.
He's not going to get that. Actually, Rick, you're wrong.
To exploit the platform, to cause a bunch of disruption over here. And he's done a lot of damage anyway to the community in some ways, because, my views on that ostrich farm are, and I have the receipts. And I'm one of a fairly lonely voice in the avalanche of information warfare that's been conducted out there, as you know, Angie. So I'm just, that's why you guys are here tonight, to kind of help me navigate this thing, because I also have charities that I have in mind. I've even mentioned them to David, and places that money might also do some good. Some of them attached to some of the things we've done here on this channel, and also very worthy causes. And so I'm looking at all of that, and I'm going to look in the chat here in a moment too, but I'll throw it out to the floor again for comment. Nobody knows what to say.
I'm chatty patty, so I'll step up and fill the vacuum. But if you feel uncomfortable, right, you got to back off. Your gut usually is correct, and if you feel uncomfortable, just get away from it. There's a lot of shenanigans going on in this world. We've lost truth. What we really want is honesty and truth back, whether we like it or not. If I mean, that's how I coached for 22 years. I'm honest with the kid, right? If you shot the puck up the middle, it ends up in the back of our net. We're going to talk about it, right? Hey, we were working on, shoving the puck up the boards, hit the guy on the hash, try to get the breakout. But I would do it in a way that I wouldn't point the person out, but you really have to be honest, right? So that people can get better. That's one of the problems with DEI. It blames everybody. It's someone else's fault. It's a white guy's fault. It's the religion's fault. It's Trump's fault. It's someone's fault. And people need to start taking a look after themselves, right? If you've got a toxic relationship, get rid of it, because it's just going to cause toxicity to you. And seek those that are transparent and tell the truth regardless, and people that honestly want to do better. There's people that pretend that they're like that. You sniff it, you ditch them. That's the best way you can live your life. Surround yourself with people you trust. And if you don't trust somebody, get rid of it.
So Bridget, I reached out to you and I had a brief conversation with you about this the other day because I was seeking your advice because I trust you. And I seek your advice again tonight. Do you have further thoughts? Because that I was like agonizing over the ethics surrounding just proofreading your book. But there's that's actually there's work that was done that warrants, compensation because it's actual labor, it's earned work, right? Not just somebody dumping money into something. This thing with this guy, this is weird. But even over on your side, because there's a political element to it, it's about the appearance of being compromised politically or having bias. Anyway, I've come to terms with that, and I don't need to get into all the nitty gritty on the stuff surrounding your book and the work that I've done with you on that. But this thing is just so freaking strange. Just like the whole damn story out there at Ostrich Farm. Anyway, everything surrounding that place is just a circus, and it's bizarre. Thoughts?
Well, I remember when we first talked about the book, and I literally had to beg you. I said, look, I'm not asking for your input. I'm asking for you to make sure the spelling is correct, to make sure that it flows. I'm not missing a word. I'm using the right word. So it wasn't that you were writing the book, because you didn't. It was you just correcting the book to make sure that it was accurate. And from a media standpoint, following what happens with media, paper or voice media, it has to be accurate when you put something out. So I didn't find there was an ethical violation there, and I didn't ask you to do it for free. I said I would pay you. So, it was a paid job. That's all it was, right? So with this, though, I find it almost like he wants to buy you, to buy what you're going to say. And, and then he wants your documents. Does he feel that he's paying for those? No, that's not how things work. And your documents are your research. If he wants the research, he needs to go do the research, right? You don't just buy people. People aren't for sale. I'm not for sale. That's for sure.
And I would not give up my notes and documents and my research, because if I just give them up with no conditions, he just wants me to hand the stuff over, and then he's going to hand it over to somebody else. I lose control of that. And
that's right.
He doesn't know what's in there. And there is information in there that is from people who probably have some expectation of privacy. So I'm not inclined to do that, because I don't know how it might be used by other people, right? So I'm just not going to give that stuff up, period.
Well, and the fact that he says dirty money, that to me, that's what are you, an NGO? Are you getting money laundered? Are you, You know, I mean, I think you and I went down this rabbit hole. Does that mean you're responsible if the money's dirty?
Right.
Like we went through a whole bunch of scenarios, and I was like, I wouldn't want dirty money. Like, you know, but if you don't know if it's dirty money, but he has made the statement it's dirty money. So it's like, there's kind of an ethical thing there. Do you want dirty money if you know it's dirty? Probably not. I don't think anybody does. So, well, most people don't. I mean, there's probably a percentage that would take it anyway. But I mean, you know, you and I kind of think on the same wavelength, whereas it's like, no, I don't want somebody's dirty money, right? So, you know, and then what obligations does that give you? Are you obligated to say this person has given me dirty money? I mean, we went through so many scenarios, but you know, it's ultimately your decision what you do with the information and what you do with the money. I mean, if it's given to you, it's ultimately your decision. If you decide to accept it, what you do with it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. At this point, I don't even know if refunding the money is the right thing to do.
Well, if it's dirty money, you're giving him back dirty money. Did you clean it for him by doing that?
I just don't know. So I'm struggling with it. What's the right thing to do? So, yeah. And you know,
yeah.
And there's a reference to Clyde being I think in the chat the other night. I did see when I dip in from time to time. I don't stay on there all the time, obviously, but I did notice he was in there. And but this is the other thing that complicates it for me is Clyde, for whatever reason, was, you know, a veiled threat, maybe. Rick, do you know what was the quote? Do you know the meaning of defamation? Like, excuse me? Is that where we're going?
I mean, defamation. I mean, you're telling your story on what's happened. You have notes where this guy has said to you that, you know, he's bought podcasters or, you know, suggested he can buy podcasters. I mean, that's you just reporting what you've learned, right? That's not defamation.
Yeah.
And you're a reporter. I mean, that gives you a different level of the ability to say things than it does somebody like myself. I mean, I can't go around saying this person is a bought person unless I can kind of prove it.
Yeah. So you'll find this on his social media, and you see,
right.
I'm sure that you guys will recognize some of these guys. And Angie, help me out here. You've had more contact with him than I.
What do you want me to say? Nice. I shiver.
I don't know, man. It's your fault. You brought him to me.
You're right. But it's your fault. We're talking about it for the third night, Rick. So
I know, and that's the thing, right? So, you know, there's another thing in media that I can tell you about, and it's called pay for play, which I'm sure you're familiar with in radio, especially, right? Mm-hmm. You want airtime, you want to put on a show, they'll sell you the airtime.
Yeah. That's how all the religious programs got on the radio.
That's right. Isn't that interesting? That's a good point. Religious programming from a political activist who's also very religious. I've noticed videos online where he's touring like a mega church down in Texas, which is steeped in money. A lot of I could see the money dripping off the walls in that church that he was taking people on a video tour of. Wealthy Jesus.
He's a poor example of just a Canadian. Peace be with him. Glad the states have him. What else did you say?
Well, he's still a little bit of a Canuck. I think he comes back to. He's enough of a Canuck that he got interested in that ostrich story.
And yeah, his goal was to pay the protesters to be there. He was paying for buses. The goal was to pay $100 a day for individuals. And like I question it, I hate to belabor this topic or the large birds from Africa. but the goal was to have other people hop on a bus and go out there and protest. So if we on the right or center right, if we're upset with the Liberals getting paid allegedly to go there and protest, and yet we have this yin yang doing it for the right, like that offends me, period, to have anyone paid as a protester. And there's numerous people that we didn't want the birds to die. And I've had many people go like, should we just go out there and live a free life? They can feed us. Like, I'm like, I come with my own trailer. Like, shouldn't I come with my own food? But no, it's just a weird scenario. And like, I think we've talked about it so many times where it's not necessarily the government, or I don't want to say government, but dollars and cents, and these US people come in and pay for things. But it gets a little eerie when something gets to be as size as the ostrich farm came, and then you get funding behind it, and then like we're still talking about it today, right? Like,
and he's not the only. I mean, I was told that it was a U.S. donor, and then it turns out to be him, right? And so he's not really a U.S. donor. He's a Canadian with a business who is living most of the time in Texas, which also raises red flags for me if you're talking about somebody who is donating to for political purposes and to political influencers. And he's doing this here with me and donating to some sort of a protest out in BC where we see these US connections. So this is a guy who probably has bank accounts on both sides of the border. I'm not saying anything illegal has been done at all among any of these people, but I have to be careful, especially since what were we talking about earlier? Bank accounts being frozen, right? So
Yeah.
I've got a guy in my chat dumping money in there, calling it dirty money in public. I'm saying, please don't donate. He's also using some sort of a name in there called, what is it, money for charity? Well, one of the oldest tricks in the book is to launder money through charities.
Yeah,
So,
NGOs and charities, and people are paid protesters. I mean, this has been going on for quite a long time, paying for protesters through NGOs and through funding. After Convoy, I was in Mallorytown and a bus came in full of paid protesters from Toronto heading to Ottawa. I was like, really? You get paid to protest? Oh yeah, we get a free bus ride, we get free meals, we get a free hotel, and then we go back the next day, back to Toronto. I'm like, and actually in my book, one of the citations that I talk about is actually how I'm a paid protester. How do I know protesters are paid? I'm a paid protester. It's in the book in one of the citations. So this is all part of the book that I was talking about. And in Freedom Convoy, in Consequences, and it's the same stuff that Ari Ben-Menashe and John Arthur Belton testified in front of Congress in 1990. The links are incredible.
So I've been placed in this very awkward position. And he's asking for some sort of transparency from me. Well, I can tell you that my finances are private. I'm a private person and my company is a private corporation, which was set up years and years and years ago to do my television program. Just like Rebel News, I'm not obligated to disclose anything financially, but here I am doing it. Right. So
you're better than me, Rick. I mean, after I got accused of everything after Convoy, I posted my Royal Bank account and the balances. I'm like, here you go. Yeah, I'm still broke.
So
I think it just speaks.
You just donated another $500.
Some of us have ethics, and some of us. I was just told he was in the chat. So I think the issue is some of us have morals and some of us have ethics. And I realize that my moral guideline is a lot different than other people's. The work that I do, a lot of people wouldn't do. Right. So I get that. I don't like drugs, but I'm around them all the time. Right. I work with the unhoused. I have a moral line. I don't want to be around them, but I'm around them in my paid professional life. And I think, credibility, honesty, integrity, all of the things that, quite frankly, Jesus stood for, that young man can read the messages that him and I had back and forth, and maybe he should check in with Jesus, right?
Here, I'm going to show you what he just posted. He paid for it, so I'll show you.
Maybe he's just paying every time you say his name.
Okay, so here it is. Oops, where am I? Who are these? What is that green thing with an S? Pickles? I don't know what that is with question marks. Okay. I just don't know what that symbol means. I'm sorry. One supports murdering babies in the womb and hates Zionists. Did that even come up tonight or any night? Zionists, like Palestine, Israel. One is a greedy OG lib. One is gossip. Who these other two are, I don't care. Fickle Rick will pocket the money.
Maybe he should talk to his wife and see if it's okay that he's giving all this money away.
I'm pretty sure she probably knows, but everything is speculation. I don't know. I will say, thank you for the donation, David. This is really weird. It's very strange. I'm still not sure what the right thing to do is here. It's going to go to good use. I'll talk to you. I'll say that. The other thing is, I'm not your enemy. I'm not, and you misread me. You keep calling me an OG lib just because I'm like 60. And you can assess any way you want, but I think your logic, your arguments are flawed. You blame the economic problems facing today's young people on me, people like me, a group of people like me, because we have so much equity. And I don't think people even know what that word means. I keep hearing it thrown around, especially by progressives and liberals. They want equity. I don't even think that you know what it means. Equity means accumulated wealth over time. It's wealth that you earn over time and accumulate because you put money away for a rainy day and for your retirement, which is what responsible people do. And you buy a home and you pay your mortgage every single month for like 20, 30 years until you hopefully pay it off. And then you have equity in your home. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's what people are supposed to do if they're responsible. But you seem to view that as some sort of a sin that is holding back young people. You have to understand, and you're a smart guy and you seem to have money, so you must have some understanding of finance and economics. You have to understand that when you're starting out, like I was, and we were talking about this the other night, and Angie, when I got into media, I was sleeping in my car because I didn't have any equity. I didn't have anything. I didn't have spit, just like everybody else. And I slept in my car because I was working in 3 different cities at different times in the week. Television here, radio over there, and everybody thinks it's glamorous. So glamorous, I was sleeping in my car just to get those entry-level jobs so that I could work my way up the ladder. I was paying my dues. And that's a long frickin' time ago, man. And I went to school and I paid my dues like everybody else. And everybody I know, Angie, like all you guys working in media, everybody pays their dues. And Bridget's paying her dues right now out in the road, working hard, hoping to have enough to scrape by when she retires. Like my parents upstairs here, right? Like everybody. It's not like the young generation, there seems to be this, you know what it is? It's because things are so affluent in today's society because everybody has a damn microwave oven and a 40-inch color screen, flat screen TV, because the efficiencies and the economies of scale have improved so much that everybody has this stuff now. Stuff that, a TV that's on the wall over there that's like a few $100s used to be 10 grand. But
I think the problem is they don't know the difference between need, want, and desire.
Yeah, and earn, because the boomers earned what they have and invested, and now they have the equity. That's been built up over time. When you're young, you don't just get equity, man. You know what you get in a properly functioning society. And Michael touched on it here. You get opportunity if things are working properly. You get a chance for an entry-level job and an opportunity to better yourself and climb the ladder and build equity as well.
But those opportunities are not available for our children today.
I disagree, Michael. I think if I may, and because you touched on all this earlier, it's easy to point fingers and blame this group or that group or say that you can't get a job for that. But economics is not a zero-sum game. Economic growth, it increases even as population increases. Now, I understand that, the temporary foreign workers program is not functioning properly because the money is there in an improper way, providing improper incentives, and it's being abused by employers like Tim Hortons. Okay. And there are a lot of issues surrounding it. I totally get it. But the point is, I'll give you an example. And I'm sorry, son, if I talk out of school here. All right. But my son has 2 jobs. He works in the car industry, making a crap load of money because he's worked his tail off. And he's got a second job. And I won't tell you the big company that offered him this big job. He showed me this contract yesterday that he has with them. And he said, can you just review this because I have to get this thing approved. It's like a contractor position. And I read this thing because he's going to leave the one job maybe or something. I don't know what he's going to do, but he's going to have to do something, I guess, and pick between the two. But he's got this proposed contract. It blew me away, man. It's like Sunshine Club. And I'm like, holy shit. And it's a media job online. And I'm like, I never made anywhere near that working in mainstream media. And I was at that freaking network, right?
But if like my daughter, the way I brought up my kids is that all my kids learned how to do their laundry. They always had to be involved in chores and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. My wife at the time, my first wife, sometimes would say, oh, don't let them crack the egg or make scrambled eggs. But I was always encouraging my children to be involved when I go gardening, help out. And all of them had to do their laundry by 12 years old. You start teaching them. So by grade 9, they can do it themselves, right? And you give them all these tasks slowly. But what I'm finding is that our cost of living is hurting people. I know guys out there with $30 an hour jobs that can't live by themselves. My son's one of those.
Tell me about it. I was at Shoppers Drug Mart today, Michael. It was like $5.75 for a can of soup. I was like, holy shit! What the hell happened? This
my
is
middle guy.
Yeah, I get it.
My middle guy's struggling. So my kids are 40, 30, and 20, right? So my youngest daughter still lives with us and stuff like that. And she's elected to drop out of school. She's always been on the farm since 12 years old. She's learning how to do heavy machinery, whatever it is. She's worked hard. She found a spot that was open for her. But a lot of traditional openings for the majority of people that aren't like her or aren't like my wife now, his son, getting that opportunity to be a fireman or to get that, and he works 2 jobs, right? So he's like your son. Like, so you have these people, they want to work, they do, and then they don't give them shifts, right? They're going to go for the $10,000 from the government, hire the foreign worker, and now that kid doesn't get his job to try to save up for university. And the other disgusting thing is, in 1970s, you could save up for university just working a Joe job. Hell, I did it in the 80s, working as a waiter and paying for university, right?
I don't know. I remember the 70s, and I remember the Jimmy Carter era, and I remember lineups at gas stations, gas shortages, high inflation, we then got high interest rates.
But that was after 1971 and 73 because we don't have sound money. So instead of blaming the boomers and instead of blaming the young kids, that's the game they play, right? That's the red-blue game. That in the States here, that's the game they play. Divide them up so that Angie and Mike don't talk because
it wasn't that we
figure out we're stealing from them.
It isn't that we don't have sound money. I know that's the argument, because a lot of people are like, we have to
Well, we're
stop
printing
charging
the
interest.
crap out of it.
But look, no, it's not true, Michael, because all you have to do is then look at what came after Jimmy Carter and look at, if you want to look at the US side, you end up with Reagan, right? And an economy that did bounce back. If you look at the Canadian side, and this is a dual party thing, okay? First you get like Paul Martin Jr. becomes prime minister. He's prime minister for like 3 years. He ran 3 consecutive surplus budgets because as much as he was wearing the big L on his chest, right? That guy was a fiscal conservative, and he was very much, really dialed into how to run the economy. Before that, he'd been finance minister under Chrétien for I don't know how many years, like 8.
Yeah, but we got
something.
Freeland.
But hang on, but no, let me finish. Because then after that, what did you get? You got Harper. And then Harper took that and then he built on that even more. And so, and we had some very prosperous years under that conservative government of Harper. And I was, I liked a lot of what Harper did. I think that he did an even better job than Paul Martin with the economy. And we had a lot of prosperity in those times, because if you manage the economy properly and you limit your money printing and your economic expansion, the debt.
So instead
properly,
of blaming
then
the
it
boomers,
works.
So whoever this guy is,
instead
of blaming the boomers, you should be blaming the government for sending your money over to a place. And I know you agree with the Ukraine war, but I believe that there's a lot of corruption there. Half that money, who knows where the hell it went, and who knows, we're sending gender something $10 million to some place in Pakistan for
hey man, Trudeau got in a plane when he was elected and flew all over the world handing out money to every government like it was gifts. It was weird.
But that's the kids' money, right? Because now when I make that $5, like when I was a kid, I think waiting tables was $3.25 to $3.75, right? And then you make your
$3.25.
Was it $3.25? Okay, so I got the $3.25. You're an '80s lady like me, '80s kid, and that's what we got, right? But you know what I could buy with that? I could get a pack of cigarettes and a 6-pack, right? I can go.
The other thing though, Michael.
And I can put gas in my car. Like literally, I could go put $5 in my car and go drive to Toronto and back a few times. Go up to Scarborough Bluffs. I could go out to the Milton. I can't remember the place. Hit Kelso or whatever. And I'd take everybody and we'd put $5 in and we're ready to rock and roll. Right? That means I worked an hour and a half to get a half tank of gas. What do I got to work now for a half tank of gas? 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours?
It's not just that, in my opinion.
Down.
If I may.
Yeah, go ahead, Andy.
I think the issue is, so when I was younger, when I was 14, I had a job. When I was 15, I got a really good paying job. I worked up in the bush. I had to clear out the grass and everything around the seedlings. I can't remember the term it was called. It was a forestry job. I got paid $10 an hour, which was so much more than everyone else getting like $5 or $6. And I remember our neighbor going, Angie shouldn't have that job because now she's going to expect that rate all the time. I was 15. I was killing it. And so all of my guy friends and girlfriends, if you weren't serving at a restaurant, you were babysitting a ton. My guy friends, I remember they all worked at the gas station because they all got excellent tips from the owners when they got A's and all this. I don't know anyone's kids that work between 14 and 16. I remember having conversations with my chiropractor. He didn't want his child to work because, he thought he should go to school. And I'm like,
we're not on topic. And I think that's exactly what somebody wanted.
I think we are.
I'm talking about work.
No, we're not. We're not on topic at all.
No.
Because we're talking about what he wants us to talk about. We're not talking about the issue.
Well, no.
Yeah. And these are valid discussions and we can have them another time, but we need to be talking about media and influence on media. And specifically, when you think about some of these influencers and then you go and you look at their channels and what are they talking about? And I invited Clyde to do something onto this broadcast and he never responded. Also, to his credit, because he's a friend, he's been friendly to the channel. He's been a friend of the channel. I've been friendly with him. I contacted Derek Smith, and he just wasn't available for the last couple of nights. But I think he would have come on. He seems to be a little bit more open, and I think he'd be. He says he'd come on another time. He's been on here before, but I don't know that he's even connected to these guys, right? I don't know. So there's something going. But the point is, and this is some. I don't even know if I can. I'll ask if I can reveal his identity.
Yeah.
You might even be able to figure it out if
I
I share what he just texted me, because it's funny. He
All right,
says,
you asked him, but I do like what Angie was saying. My kids have been working.
okay, Michael, we can maybe come back to that, but the important thing that I'm coming in here is this guy is zeroed in on what the real topic is supposed to be here tonight. He says, I need breast augmentation. He says, Clyde is a BCer running to Texas next. That's true. Clyde is also moving to Texas. And he says, it's the YouTube goon squad. That's what we're talking about. And this is what, Michael, this is what Maxime was talking about. And it's important to the PPC because this is what Maxime, the PPC, I think even the country at this point is up against, is the YouTube goon squad. Many of them, if not all, are all kind of promoting separatism and Canada as the 51st state. That's what Mr. Alot is promoting. That's what he's trying to draw attention to. He donates in there, and then he puts the sales pitch in there to move to Texas and use the service, or just to make statements to promote the concept and the movement to destroy Canada. Well, he says that he's trying to save the country. Anyways, and this is, again, this person texting me, zeroed right in, absolutely clued in. He says, the country is under heavy manipulation. Damn right. And that's what we should be talking about here tonight. That's what's at the core, at the heart of the issue here tonight that deserves scrutiny, discussion. He says, tell them you've decided to get a boob job. I can, he says, okay, play our Dire Straits video. And you know, and Bridget, who got a boob job?
Ooh. Well, it's rumored. I have not seen it. I have not inspected it, nor would I want to. But apparently there was a lady by the name of Leach that got a boob job. I don't know. Maybe it was just a good bra she got. I don't know. I am going not to speculate, but apparently. And her lawyer likes to hang out in Texas because that's where he likes to fish. And while she did 43 days in prison, he went fishing, and he came back and dealt with her and her legal issues when he was done fishing in Texas. So, yes, Texas is and who else is in Texas? I mean, Michael talked about it earlier, that people that are there illegally should not be in the U.S. However, we have a truck driver who crossed with his wife, jumped out of the truck, and stayed in the U.S., which is not allowed according to CBP. And, you know, if you look at the FMCSA, you're not allowed to do this. He says he did not do anything illegal while he claims asylum.
Political asylum.
Yes. So, and his hub is also Texas. So there is a Texas connection. We also have the oil and gas influencer that was Canadian, but that now lives in Texas doing oil and gas. And she frequently promotes whatever she feels is best for Canada. However, she's no longer in Canada. So do we listen
by the way,
to...
Do you know where Alberta oil is refined? What a lot of it goes to, Texas.
Right. Yeah. Well, and I mean, that's like California saying, you know, oil is bad, yet if you go on the back roads, they have tons of oil fields in California. The first time I saw it, I was like, that's an oil rig. I know exactly what that is. What are you doing with that in California? But yeah, so I mean, Texas is a hub. Even when you look at Prophets for War by Ari Ben-Ashi and the stuff that my father-in-law was talking about, John Belton, in their documents, they talk about a connection to Texas, oddly enough, way back in 1990. So I mean, the research I'm doing is fantastic. I'm like thrilled right now, but you have to wonder, where's all the money? The money's in taxes. It's always been. It's always been. They've done shows about it.
And I thought about that, Bridget, this reference to dirty money. And you know what's really
Oil.
dirty? You know what's dirty about the money? It's the oil. And you know why it's really extra dirty right now? Because Trump stole all the frickin' oil from Venezuela. He's confiscating oil tankers on the frickin' high seas like a pirate, and then he's selling the stolen oil on the open market at a discount price, to add insult to injury. And
you have people in Alberta going, oh, we're going to be competitive. We're going to do this. We're going to sell our oil to the US. We're going to be US. And I'm like, you do know that Venezuelan oil workers get $4 a month? Our Albertan oil producers, those that work in the field, are they willing to demean themselves to $4 a month to be competitive with Venezuelan oil? And they're like, well, that'll never happen. Why would Trump buy Alberta oil when the workers get paid $130,000 or $200,000 a year, when he can buy Venezuelan oil and they get less than $100 a year?
And you know, the right now the oil price is about $50 a barrel. Critical shutdown point is around 40 for Alberta. You're only $10 removed from that. There have been bust cycles out in Alberta when it has dipped really low, and high oil prices are not guaranteed. Prosperity is not guaranteed just because of the oil. And right now, even now, as Trump tries to apply economic pressure for negotiating purposes, as he's trying to take Alberta's oil, he's saying, well, we've got all this Venezuelan oil. Stocks have seen downward pressure in the past week because of all that. There's been concern that maybe Alberta won't even be able to sell their oil at a viable price because the Venezuelan oil is going to put so much downward pressure on oil prices. And because Alberta has only one market right now, and maybe especially going into the future, they're at the mercy of the U.S. And then they're talking about building that pipeline to the West Coast, and they talk about what's that political group? It's not really a First Nations group. It's the
pipeline though is really good, Rick. They had 51st Alberta saying they were building a pipeline to Mexico, but the pipeline that they showed went to KCMO. Why would it go to KCMO? What's in KCMO? Unless you're a trucker, you don't know. Those are the underground caves. So why are they building a pipeline to underground caves?
I don't know.
But it was funny. Go ahead, Michael.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one observation, and I just heard it. I didn't go and verify it and double check the crude and everything, or with my buddy that works at Petro. But apparently, the refineries in the Gulf are in tune with the oil that comes out of Alberta, and they would need significant tooling changes, which means downtime, to accept the Venezuelan oil as is. So it gives a moment of time to react. Can we get the pipeline? Can we get a deal? Because right now, if they decide that, hey, you guys, it's costing too much, like you said, or it's this, and they retool those, then Venezuelan oil just goes bing, gas, bing, gas. So we need our pipeline to get there. And me personally, from an energy point of view, I think we should have the pipeline going out to the east. And I think we have to go to the west and the south. Why are we holding Alberta back in that sense?
Why are we holding them back?
Well,
I'm going to
government.
Yeah,
right?
I'm going to suggest. No, when I say we, I mean even our government. I'm going to suggest something to you that I think is absolutely freaking true. That the reason I brought up that First Nations. It's not a First Nations group. I can't remember the name. People have been talking about it this week, and they're saying that it's funded by environmental groups or whatever. Yeah, that's true. You see, but the reason, what's really going on there, and this has been going on for a long time. These environmental groups and First Nations groups that block and are opposed to pipelines in Canada for environmental reasons and other reasons, they're funded by these environmental groups and so on from the states often. The truth of the matter is these environmental groups are actually oil groups. They're getting money from big oil so that they engage in environmental activism to block the pipelines so that Canada doesn't get the pipelines built to the coast. They buy people politically so that they put forward an objection or some blockage legally, or for whatever reason, environmental reasons, First Nations rights reasons, whatever it is, to stop the damn pipeline, not for those reasons, but because they're getting paid off, in my view, so that the Americans, I love America, okay, I do, but you've got big U.S. oil companies with their own interests in mind, so they're going to fund the other side, just like we talked about. They fund both sides. They're going to fund the other side, the environmental activists, to stop the pipeline so that Alberta's still stuck with only one customer, the U.S. All the oil has to go to the United States. If you think for 1 minute that Trump is sincere when he says that it's good that Carney did a deal with China today, that's crap. It's good for him because it gives him an additional pretext upon which to justify invading the country or taking Alberta oil under national security concerns. And this has been a ruse, a deception, since probably the 1970s, maybe before, maybe since the time oil was first discovered and exploited out in Alberta. U.S. oil companies don't want those pipelines built east-west. They want them flowing south. Even Kevin O'Leary has stated that he wants to build an oil refinery in the United States. He's got a plan. He's talked about it on television. And why do you think he's down there at Mar-a-Lago with Danielle Smith? Because that's his plan. He's got investors. He's got a plan, baby. He's going to profit, but he doesn't want those pipelines going east-west no matter what he says. He wants to build, I think it's in Montana where he wants to build his. And it's a public thing. You can find the video online. He talks about it on U.S. television. And that's the way it is, man. The Americans are doing everything they can to stop those pipelines east-west. And there are a lot of corrupt Canadians who are doing that too. And by taking that Venezuelan oil in this timely fashion, the reason the timing is important is because Trump is going to starve out Alberta, just like my source here, who is dialed right in, is saying he's going to starve Alberta out so that he can take the damn oil. Damn freaking right. That's what's going on. And so, yeah, my red flag is up with all of that, and with our friend David and the money coming in there and his connections to these influencers, the YouTube brigade, the goon squad, right? Whatever you want to call them. And they wrap it, and they say they're patriots. They ain't patriots. They're not pro-Canada. They're saying they're patriots while they're saying, let's break up the country and become the 51st state. You should move to Texas. Why are they doing that? Because they're taking all our skilled labor. That's what this is about. They're trying to recruit and skilled trades to go down to Texas. And that's a brain drain on Canada. That also helps cripple us, because we've invested in our education system to train these people to create carpenters, plumbers, electricians, all kinds of other tradespeople, and more power to you if you can go. Okay, we're a free country. Go ahead. But we're poorer. We're diminished as a country every time we lose somebody like that. I hate to see him go.
Again, it comes down to economics, right? And I just wanted to share an anecdote
and information warfare to convince people of things that aren't really quite true.
Well, that's where I was going to go with my anecdote. Like in 1980, when Russia attacked Afghanistan or whatever, just after the Iran-Iraq war or whatever. In that time frame, I went to my dad and I said, Dad, these Russians are bullies. They're assholes. They're just going in there. And then my dad goes, you know what? The U.S. is maybe even a bigger bully, son. And all of them are telling you lies. You don't trust politicians. You don't trust lawyers. You don't trust CEOs. You don't trust anybody. You trust truckers, farmers, the guy next door, people without money in the game, because they're going to lie to you. They're going to have little smidgens of truth to get you going, oh, maybe they're saying something right. And he just said, you got to go listen to the Russians' point of view. You got to listen to the Americans' point of view and other people about it. And it's your job to find the signal in the noise. It's your job to sift through the truth and the lies. And just don't trust them. Always ask why. Keep asking questions. And that's what we're doing here. And we're finding out that, yeah, big money has been corrupting the normal man because we've lost moral values. We're valuing money more than people and relationships and building community. Instead, they're just trying to divide us off. Oh, yeah, you don't want to like have your family and your grandma live with you to save the money on daycare. No. Everybody should go get their own place so I can tax you. Right. So I can tax all your three brothers and sisters. Right. And I can tax each of their houses and I can tax each of this. Right. That's the game. And a lot of us, because, we want to do what's right and they play on our emotions. Right. COVID, great example. Oh, I don't want to kill grandma. I don't want to cause a problem. There are people that are immune deficient. There are vulnerable people. Wow. I trust the guy in the white suit and the experts on TV. But when you look behind it, you're finding what Rick's kind of talking about. Paid off influencers, paid off guys that look like they're on your team, but they're not. They're just reeling you into this area. Hey, you want to save the planet? Awesome. You're my perfect, useful idiot to stop East and West so that I can have Alberta's oil, so that I can win the next election. So
and the money flows in a way that you can't see really what's going on behind the scenes. So you don't understand what the influence is. And you end up blaming a First Nations group or an environmental group, but the real culprit is or even your own government. And in reality, it's a foreign government with its own vested interests that is influencing the politics and decisions that affect the destiny of your nation in a way that's covert, that's probably maybe even illegal because it's foreign influence. And I don't care if it's coming from the United States, China, Russia, or any other place. We as a nation, as a sovereign state, we should be allowed, like it's our right to decide our destiny as a community, as a nation, as a society, free of coercion from either a foreign government or even big foreign corporate interests, right? It's up to the people.
Just a second. I'm losing power here.
Oh, okay.
And I can't seem to get it to charge up. So lovely conversation. Yeah. Thank you so much, guys. Bye, Angie. Bye, Michael. Bye, Rick. I have to go before I lose you guys. So
okay, and just one last plug for your book. You go ahead.
Guys, you can get Consequences on Amazon through Indigo, Books Million, Walmart apparently, through Whitewater. You can get it just about everywhere. It's now available in pretty much every language as well. Kobo, Apple Books, everywhere. Take a read. It is something totally different and not a total, what we expect out of a convoy book. It's going to make you think. So please read it and let me know what you think.
Thank you, Bridget. Bridget Belton, the mother of the convoy. The originator. She's the OG convoyer, and she ain't a lib.
What is OG? I don't know what
original
OG is.
Gangster.
Original gangster, OG. Pleasure to meet you.
Peace out.
All right. Thanks,
bye,
Bridget.
guys.
Yeah. All right. Just one last point. Here, one last point, Michael, and then I'm going to throw it over to you and just give the floor to you. But I think there's real merit in a lot of what I'm hearing out there when people are saying, and I've been saying this too, the United States is $30 trillion in debt. They need a way to not just pay that debt off, but do it in a way that that preserves the US dollar as maybe the world's reserve currency, or at least preserves the value of it. And because the US dollar is the petrodollar, because it was taken off the gold standard back in the 1970s, it's tied to the value of oil. And because Saudi Arabia, the agreement there has basically ended, where anybody purchasing oil from Saudi Arabia was supposed to buy it in US dollars only to prop up the value by creating demand on the world market for US dollars, greenbacks. Now that's gone. You've got de-dollarization happening, increasing competition for the US dollar from foreign currencies in Russia, China, India, list goes on. Trump's in trouble. Well, because the United States is in trouble economically, and you're seeing the desperation on the high seas with the seizing of the tankers. You're seeing it in Venezuela as they seize the oil, it's not right. And Alberta, all these people out there, as far as I'm concerned, and I know that you're kind of leaning towards separation, is what you say. I'm hoping I can sway you back to defend the country a little bit more, because as I watch the arguments being made, they're flawed. The numbers are skewed. They're not being really completely truthful with people out there about any of this, including the pension plan. I see the numbers that are just way off kilter. It's not true. And I've been to Texas. I've worked in Texas a bit as a journalist. I know what it's like down there. And this is really concerning to me, because the people of Alberta are being sold a bill of goods. They think they're going to get this great, I don't know, it's going to be like cash in time, like the money train, gold city. No, no, it's not, because it's not going to filter down to the regular person in the way that they think. It's going to be different, but it's not going to be much better, if any better at all. It might be a hell of a lot worse. Trump's not coming to Alberta to enrich everybody. He's coming to take your oil, take your shit. That's what he's coming to do. Just look at what they're doing in other countries. He doesn't have any respect for Canada.
Angie, go ahead, because you've been.
I was just going to say, I have to sneak out, so I apologize, because I know I've only been here half the time today, so I apologize. I just wanted to say, nice to meet you, Michael, and I apologize for sneaking out early, Rick.
Give me a thought. Your final thought.
My final thought. I think you're making me think too much, honestly. Like your whole worldview, like even the fact that I'm still dumbfounded with the influencers taking money from businesses that are paying for people to go to the States. And so obviously the United States is all about oil. They are not about peace. And I think that just coincides with all of this that's happening. And I think
I need to ask questions about you too, as it relates to this, just quickly. See, I'm a journalist, and you've done some journalism, but you're also on the marketing side. And so I kind of view you in that vein in a way, not that you're paying people off. I'm not saying that, but what I see out there is these influencers are not journalists. They're influencers. They're influencing people to get them to think a particular way. Right.
Content creators is what I call them. They're because they're not influencing anyone. They're creating content for a specific mission. Usually that means to whatever, if, for example, in Rebel News, Rebel News is literally not taking the other side of the stories. We have a year of that right now in regards to the large birds from Africa farm. Right. So I think and I was trying to explain to the guy down in the States that influence actors, they have to say, hey, I'm getting paid by this now. I'm speaking on behalf of this product because it's product placement, because it's a sponsored, because it's a partnership, however it looks. So you actually have to notify that, right? Yeah. So I think, and that's where we're talking about ethics and authenticities. You don't get that until you get in trouble. You get in trouble once, and then you realize that you're under pressure. So for example, I think it was called Fire Island, that island that brought everyone, and they were having this amazing music fest. People bought VIP passes, and then all they got was like a cheese sandwich. Like this is what legit happened. And they brought the Jenners or Kardashians out there, and they went and they said, you got paid by this, you told people to go, you told people to. And so that's what it changed in the United States and Canada, that you have to say paid partnership, sponsored, or product placement by. And Are these guys doing that in the States? No. Like, is Trump doing that when he's doing things? Like, I just, and then we go back to, I don't know who to believe anymore. I'm taking information in. I try to do my own, looky-loo at the end of the day and see where it fits. But it's very hard because we've alienated, or I say the media has alienated us so far because they're paid influencers, content creators too. So then we're digging in the other area and trying to find truth. And, somewhere in there, then we have our confirmation bias. And then here we sit not knowing.
Yeah. Yeah. One very last thing. People still telling me, warning me that I shouldn't trust you because you're setting me up for a hit job or something. And a bunch of people, some people think the whole thing about bringing you on and everybody else on over the last, week and a half or so about the ostrich farm is a big setup to discredit me. I don't know. All I can say is I like you. I'm trusting you because I like you. And I think you're professional. And if it is a hit job and you've been recording all our private conversations and you're going to go and use those, first of all, they're supposed to be off the record. Secondly, the comment that I made about my mom today, that could be taken and twisted around to make it sound like I don't love my mom. And what I was really referring to is, I said, it gets to be a little excessive sometimes. I was referring to her constantly saying, do you want something to eat? And it is constant. And I have to admit that when I'm at 60 years of age, my mom, her mind doesn't work quite the same way as it used to. But I know that it's really coming from a place of love. And so while it does get a little excessive, I guess I just need to learn to appreciate it while I still have it. Right.
Well, I'll just.
So if you use that clip, just keep that in mind, okay? When you're doing your hit job on me.
I haven't recorded any of our conversations. Okay. The people that are sharing that information with you have recorded all of mine. So I wish them well. I just don't wish them around me.
Yeah. And it's terrible that we're in this position where nobody can trust anybody and everybody's warning me about you and everybody's warning you about me and Michael.
I don't have anyone warning you about me, actually. No? So that's fake news right there.
Are you kidding me?
So remember, I came to you because I wanted to, and here's the truth of this. And it's gonna all come out, I guess, tomorrow. But I have a group of, I call them my fan club now. So they have taken information from me. They have taken pictures of me. They have, made their own little videos. Like, bless them. The paint job they did on my eyes is atrocious. And so that's why I came to you, because they were coming after me. And I wanted the local Edgewood folks to be able to have a secure voice to tell their story. And they did. So at the end of the day, I was done. That's all I wanted to do. I've said it every day since we've had what's his name on from the States, that I'm done with the story. And then you know what happened today? I had, sorry to hijack this, but I talked to a number of locals, and they're concerned because there's content creators in Edgewood right now. They're driving by, took a video of the Edgewood Legion where they caused havoc there Thanksgiving weekend. And so I spoke to numerous people today, and they said, we really like what you're doing, Angie. We don't like what's happening there. We are going to speak up. And if you're done with it, you're done. And we appreciate it. We love you, all the things. And so with these influencers in town, I thought, well, frick, there's no other voice there. So I called my dad and I said, are you okay if I go back and I talk about this freaking large bird from Africa catastrophe again? And what my dad said, he's like, the more you talk about it, the more someone's going to send them $1. So be cautious.
Mm-hmm. So that's what they're out there for.
Yeah,
the birds are gone.
That's exactly what they're out there for.
The birds are gone. So you can't tell me at this point that this is still about those birds. And so the argument that I don't like what's going on at the farm, and I don't like the COVID research, and I don't like this, and I don't like that, and I don't even like Katie, but I care about those birds. Well, that's done. Those birds are gone. So if you're still going on about it, there's something else going on.
Totally.
Right. So like I said before, What's the answer? So what?
So what? I agree. So thank you for having me on. I appreciate it. And thanks. Nice to meet you, Michael.
Pleasure is
Thanks,
all
Angie.
mine.
If you ever come
All
to
right,
the
Pete.
Okanagan Valley,
Yeah.
look me up.
Oh, we might be. When's the next time you're out there, hon?
End of May.
End of May, maybe. I was able to go out to Victoria and Vancouver last year. I hop on a plane and I stay in the room with her while she works, and I go visit people.
Yeah, Rick will share contacts. That'd be great.
Yeah, that'd be great. Rick, set us up. Hopefully May. I have to check my schedule, but see if she can take me along again. And I wasn't too bad. I tried to help, and I thought I was a good companion, so maybe she'll take me again.
Okay.
Awesome. Pleasure to meet you. Thank you.
You
Thanks,
too.
Angie.
Take care.
See you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. So yeah, speaking of talking to people and trusting people, you know why I was you guys over the PPC, you came to me and I was privileged to be able to live stream the PPC State of the Nation Gala. And how can I put this? It just comes down to this. A lot of other people in politics right now won't talk to me because they think I'm on this side or that side or this side or that side. And some of the stuff with the PPC, I agree with, and some of it I don't. But Max still talks to me. And you still talk to me. Everybody at the PPC talks to people because it is a party of freedom, and that's important to me.
And we got nothing to hide, right? And for the most part, we still are young and vetting people and stuff, but for the most part, really, we're just a bunch of guys that were just wanted to be left alone, and you didn't. You came after our kids, you came after our incomes, you came after our jobs, our freedom. And once you see that, you can't unsee it. And ever since I've been a little kid, I've always just wanted to talk to people, right? Whether, when I was doing that Million March and we were there one day, I was talking with a young lady. She was upset a bit, I'm trans and stuff. And I just sat cross-legged on the grass and said, why don't you sit with me? I told her about myself and asked her to tell me about herself. And then we started talking about, we're not against this or that. We just don't want this introduced at a young age here. And we don't, I don't know, I'll just go talk to anybody. I invited the counter protesters to speak in Burlington at the second Million March, but they just yelled at me, right? Mm-hmm. And we're going to lose our country if we can't have these types of discussions, be respectful and understand each other, right? And know when to back off, and don't get your back up all the time. Just listen to people, right? And then, speak. And that's what I like about Max. He's just, I know he blocks the trolls and bots on X and everyone gets on him with that, but I can't handle it when they do that to me. And I only have a fifth or a 10th or a 25th of what he has. And he's always willing to come out and talk to anybody. Even, if it's a little edgy, it's a little edgy. He's going to answer the questions the best he can. And that aligns with my values. And maybe if you've talked to other PPC guys, it aligns with their values: honesty, integrity, fairness, and truth. We're all trying to figure out the truth. I'm not perfect. I just want to say my piece. I want to hear your piece. Maybe I learned something. Maybe you learned something. Maybe we figure out that maybe we're too far apart here, but this is also a problem, and maybe we agree on that, right? And I'm a typical guy. I compartmentalize things, right? And I also have a bit of Teflon skin. The wife gets mad at me because I take a lot of crap sometimes. But a lot of times you just, the way my dad raised me, you don't know what that person went through, right? You might be there at that moment in time.
Let's take a little break. We're not going to stand too much longer, but we'll come back on the other side, and then I'll have Michael help me wrap up for tonight. Is that cool?
Yeah, it's cool. We'll land the plane after this next promo.
All right. I'll be right back.
Maverick News. The world is watching.
Okay, I'm back with Michael. So I thought maybe what we do is just scroll through the chat a little bit here at the end to give those guys a voice, and I'll get you to help comment on that stuff. See where we are at. Because I did ask for their input tonight, so I better pay attention, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to read through some of it too. Somebody said I was too much into the trans stuff and we should have been more in the economy. But me personally in Burlington, and I don't know where you're from, I'm more focused on immigration at the time. We put out 3,000 flyers. We visited all those houses, 2023, 2024. And a lot of the times the parents were telling me that they're scared about what's going on in the schools. So those are the people I represent. I'm supposed to be their voice. I'm supposed to understand them, which I hope I do when I listen. And I hope that I speak for them. And that's Burlington parents were very concerned in 2023 with the drag shows and those types of things. So, maybe you're right, maybe you're wrong. I don't know, but I represent the people of Burlington. That's who I hope to go to the House of Commons to represent. And that was a really big issue with them, the crime, the over-congesting. And now when I talk to people, especially this last election, it's cost of living. And you're right, it's the election. It's the printing of money in my perspective. I think the immigration is causing problems to our economy. The foreign spending on programs like DEI or SOGI or anti-hate this, anti-hate that, which just really drives the hate. So duly noted to that gentleman. Is there any other comments here that strike you?
Well, I've just got some up on the screen here. So
let me flip
viewers, maybe whatever's kind of popping up on the screen. So Lori was in here. I see. What do we have? Yeah. So with regard to the donations and payments, and so she says, you work hard to produce this program every night, so don't feel guilty about being paid for your work.
True.
Yeah.
As long as you're not trying to buy something other than you speaking your mind and being honest, expressing your opinions or the facts. So
yeah, and I will say this, like I will certainly send David, who's been donating his money. We have albums of music that we've been producing, and I'll send the most recent collection to him, which we do send as thank yous. Heck, if you give me your address, I'll send you a couple of Maverick shirts too.
Hey, you still haven't sent me my shirt. What the hell? Like
maybe, yeah. If we can win him, if we can win him over and make him a Maverick, then that would be a good thing too. That's the whole point of this, is to try and win people over with the truth, right?
Yeah.
And freedom of speech, real journalism.
I'm Gen X and proud of it. Me too, dude. I'm very proud to be Gen X. No helmets, riding bikes, go out until the lights come on, drinking out of a hose. Gen X knows how to get it done. Just saying. So I don't mean to chop the burner there, but I'm a Gen Xer. I really like the 80s, right? You might have got a taste of it as well.
Lori says Trump is the best president since Jimmy Carter. Happy days are here again, and clearly she's being sarcastic.
Definitely, Jimmy. As nice a guy as you appeared, your decisions were very bad, very bad.
Yeah, and I like Jimmy Carter, but I remember even as a kid, I remember how rough it was back then. Somebody says, "Oh, Lori, don't stir the TDS." Loving $37 steaks and $18 coffee. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of that, so I just go out to get some, go out to get a couple of combos, right? So the Harveys and the Swiss Chalets together, it's like $38, dude.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell, man? So the guy working $30 an hour has to work an hour to go get him and his girlfriend a combo, like. I don't know.
I don't eat at restaurants anymore. Very rarely. The other day when I did take my dad out after his hip operation, he's starting to get out a little bit now, and we went to Arby's, and we didn't even get French fries for crying out loud, and it was
Yeah.
like, I don't know, it was like about $26.
Oh, it's ridiculous. Hey, I'm a smoker. Well, I don't smoke a lot. I'm kind of like a couple a day or something. But Laurie Spencer, dumb American question: how much does a pack of Marlboros cost in Canada? Well, I'll let you know that shit in Canada with regards to cigarettes is way overpriced. It's $20 to $25 a pack, unless you go out and you go to the reserve. Then you can get cartons for $16 to $20 to $52, etc. My wife's son, he loves the Marlboros. So thanks a lot for that question. Brings back good memories. Going on my honeymoon with my honey in Florida there, smoking Marleys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't smoke, thank God. No thanks.
Well, it's probably a good thing. My dad quit at 50, and it's probably a good thing. It's my little vice. I have a couple of vices. Hopefully not too many.
Lori's dominating the chat with intelligence. So she says Americans are, that's why I'm reading her stuff. Americans are so lucky to get a piece of chicken, a piece of broccoli, and a corn tortilla for only $3.
Yeah. Well, it's not that cheap. Okay, just was in Florida on the honeymoon at our friend's place, and we went shopping. We're in a tourist place, so maybe it's a little more. But when I went down to the States the last time before that, there was a distinct difference between the cost of living. But in the particular place in Florida, I think it was Lauderdale by the Sea or something, we went shopping because we had, a kitchen and stuff. And I like to just chill with my wife and have a good meal and watch the ocean and nobody bug me. So we did that, and it wasn't that cheap. Honey, anything to say about that? Like the cost of living?
People are saying it's because it's a tourist area.
Okay, so a tourist area.
To be clear, the last time you were in the States was something like 25, 30 years ago.
It wasn't that long ago. I did do hockey tournaments in Niagara Falls with the kids, and I remember being able to go to the Hard Rock Cafe, and me and Marshall and my daughter and my wife at the time could go out and drop $100 with a tip and have a couple of drinks, and everybody's happy. Now, I can't do that stuff as much as I used to. So let's find some more words of wisdom from the comments. This is their segment. Let's get it going.
Yeah.
Oh, what'd Cindy say? She's pink there. It looks cool. It's Cindy. I believe this. She had work. I worked for oral surgeons who did that work too. She responded to somebody else about something.
Oh, about the boob job.
Oh, the boob job. Oh, I got to tell you the weirdest story ever. This is just bizarre. So I go to my friend. Her mom had died, and this is with my ex-wife, and we're all down, in the little reception thing downstairs, and one of the ladies got a boob job, and everybody's talking about it. It's like, oh, even my wife's like, hey, look, she just got a boob job. And then the girl's going, hey, you want to feel them and stuff? And I'm like, oh, what the heck? Yeah, go feel it, Mike. I'm like, we're at a funeral. It doesn't feel right. You're my wife. I don't know. But it was just, I wonder if these girls are doing that too when she walks in. They're all like, hey, look, here, feel them. They feel real. It was the most bizarre thing I've ever experienced. Maybe it was because of the grief. Everybody needed a good, get out of the sadness of it. But that's my experience with boob jobs.
So what were people saying about how they feel? Did they say they feel real good, or?
I don't know. She was all happy that she had her boob job, and everyone else was really happy for her. And I'm just sitting here super wicked uncomfortable with my wife at a funeral in the basement there with the coffee and the donuts going, is this for real? Like, am I really here? Is this the conversation we're having? So that, I don't know. That's all I know about boob jobs.
Oh, Money for Charity says, considering defamation. So I'd say that's a threat. Okay.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to sue Rick. Okay. For what? What do you guys think? That's nice. Joking. I've never sued anyone.
Oh, man.
For crying out loud. I just wish she could just be nice and we could be friends and all would be well, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I really like what Cindy's talking about, and the other lovely lady there. She
About
was
the boob job.
no, well, that was interesting. That
Yeah.
was Lori's comment there. I like the cigarettes. I know some about that. OPEC sets the prices and demands not from Trump. Well, that's an interesting from Wood Fantastic there. Basically, I think because there's other things at play too, right? Like geopolitics and Russia and China trying to get in, just like we're trying to get in on Taiwan. There's all these games they play. And I think one of the things is by going after Venezuela, it hurts OPEC a bit for setting prices because they're taking a player out of the game potentially, right? So that's an interesting comment, and it is true they did set it. That's Rick. You said the 70s we were destroyed, right? That was OPEC, right? So great point there.
Yeah. Lori says, but Trump said Venezuela stole the oil from us. Isn't that why we invaded Venezuela?
That's complicated, Lori. We got to have a beer sometime. We got to have a beer in with Rick too. He keeps promising me. I promise him we'll get there. But they basically what happened is they nationalized it, right? So Americans go in. They're like, hey, we're going to build infrastructure and do all this stuff. And then I guess the Venezuelan government realized or felt that, hey, this isn't coming back to the people, kind of like what you said they'll do to Alberta. So then they nationalize it, which means they lost all that money, right? Like your future returns on investment, all your capital assets are gone. So it's weird. They didn't really steal it, but I don't know how you say that, right, Rick?
Well, because the companies went in, they invested, they had contracts. Then the Venezuelan government kicked them out. The oil companies took them to court, essentially, where these kinds of disputes are supposed to be resolved or settled. And the courts settled or ruled in favor of the oil companies, but not all of the money has been, some compensation has been provided, but not to the level that the oil companies are satisfied with. So that is what Trump is basing his comment on, that the oil has been stolen from the oil companies.
And you know what else is really interesting? I saw a clip with him and all the oil execs talking about it, and he's like, oh yeah, Bob from Sitcom or Exxon or whatever. Yeah, how much did you guys lose? Yeah. All right, but you're gonna invest, right? Yeah, we're like, it was just really weird. It's almost like he's like, they're looking at it going, it's not that profitable for us to do. And he's like, oh yeah, sure it is. You got to go in there and get your money back. So it was a really, I don't know how to take that comment, but while we're on oil, I thought I'd mention it.
Well, I mentioned this last night. The oil companies, I think, understand better than Trump does that it isn't that simple. It's not as simple as Trump thinks, because of the way he has done this, there's going to be pushback. And when these oil companies go in and start to rebuild the infrastructure and run those oil refineries or the wells, right? They're going to be attacked. This is what's happened in other countries under similar circumstances. Some of the locals, for political reasons, you're going to have sabotage. You're going to have attacks, guerrilla style warfare going on against the companies as they try to conduct their affairs in there and run those facilities. So you mark my words, there will be people killed, and it's going to be dangerous work for any Americans who go down there to do it. And even for Venezuelans who go to work for those companies, they'll be targeted too by some of these folks. So
it's definitely not going to be a stable situation unless somehow you can. The only way situations like this ever work properly is to have a good deal, and a good deal is usually where it's mutually beneficial, where both parties feel that they're getting worth out of it for what they put in. They're getting something back. If it's one-sided, you're going to have guerrillas. You're going to have everything go crazy. He should pull they should take a page out of Ford's book and pay them really well. Like, you know what I mean? Like, create like other wealth. Let them have some of that wealth circulate into their economy instead of siphoning it out. If they do that, it might be better. I don't know. Who else has got a question here?
Good question. Good question. Who has a question?
Well, somebody scroll up a bit. Somebody had said that Prince Rupert is up in arms, and I don't know what that was about, but it got cut off. I don't know which person it was. There it is, Prince Rupert. Prince Rupert, Tarface. So what is that? Can you enlighten me on that?
I don't know all the details. We could Google it, I suppose. Prince Rupert is up in arms, and it's First Nations. They don't want the pipeline, and I'm sure that is true. There's opposition.
Again, big corporations have a bad rap of exploiting workers and resources and not giving shit about environments and concerns of the locals. Like, it's just, they just go in and they throw in a chemical factory, or, the Love Canal thing in Buffalo in 77. Like, they don't have a good corporate record. And I think that if you truly want to be able to build a pipeline, you're going to have to make it so that it is environmentally friendly. And I'm not saying that, make sure that you don't use watered down cement, don't take those bribes, like where my dad used to think that they watered down the cement for the 1976 Olympics, right? We don't need those types of shenanigans. If you can literally prove that if something happened, you could protect the environment, you allay those people's fears. You hope it's, you got to do it within the economics. Then you've got other people that are like, holy crap, I lived here all my life. You just wrecked my situation. That's really hard to see where you grew up change so much. I know it because I grew up in Mississauga. I've seen it happen in Burlington. I don't like it. Building stuff where I don't want it, high rises. So you have to be able to make everybody a winner at the table. My dad always said the best deal is always the deal where both people walk away feeling that they got something out of it. And, because he pointed out that if you go in, a guy doesn't know what something's worth, you rip him off, it's not good. It's against, Christ's laws and rules and morality. And two, you're just never going to make a deal again. And it's going to get around that you're a shyster, right? Which is the corporations are fighting that. So I don't know. I believe there's going to be it is possible to have a solution. Whether the parties are too greedy or not, I don't know.
That Prince Rupert comment is just referring to the coastal First Nations story from this past week, which is, just a
the NGO tied up with American funding to make sure pipelines go north-south, not east-west.
It's that, but it's also specifically the the environmental concerns on the coast there.
Well, here's my thing with the coast, right? Like, and I'm not sure where they are. I don't know enough about it, but like, I do know that from Alaskan port, oil goes within 50 miles or 20 miles of Vancouver Island and all those areas. It's just cruising on the outside. So what's the difference? The oil's flowing down in tankers. Why don't you have tankers, right? Like, it just doesn't make sense, right? You're already supposedly in jeopardy because you have tankers, and yet there's just tankers going back forth like a highway, right? Going into Seattle. Like, it's right next door. It's right there. If there was a spill, it would end up spilling there as well. So, you could say, oh, well, I want to decrease.
I don't know how close do those other tankers right now come to the actual shoreline, though?
On a bigger map, it looks maybe closer than it seems, but they're definitely just circling around BC coming from Alaska. So, I don't know. And the other thing, like I said, too, you have this beautiful piece of land and people come and wreck it. Right. So there are those issues to be overcome. Right. Some of them, like you said, they're paying activists, right, to hype people up. And in other ways, it's true. That guy really doesn't want that thing going through his backyard. Right. So it's a tough call. But I think all Canadians would benefit. And if somehow you could make it to compensate people that are affected more and that they can share in the profits and prosperity, that would be the ideal situation. Yeah,
well, I think one way or another that pipeline is going to get built, especially now.
I have my reservations. There's a lot of, like you said, there's a lot of shenanigans going on. So,
that's true. I think the will is finally there, though, and see the First Nations, they have to be consulted, but that's as far as it has to go. It doesn't mean that anything that the First Nations might engage in would be binding. The federal government has the authority to get those pipelines built across provincial borders, and it's going to get done.
What we're going to see, but I like Longmeadow here. I'm just interested in seeing telling one country to sanction another country and telling other countries to follow is the opposite of democracy and equality. Yeah, it's getting leverage in an argument. I love this other one. Our dollar goes down because Canada has decided to lump our currency in with the US instead of gold standard. Gold has been around longer than the US. Yeah, I totally agree. We got rid of all our gold. I think Trudeau sold the last of it. Harper's selling it. Everybody's just selling it. We should be accumulating it like China and India and all other countries in the world. That was what I was talking to you about, Rick, is having sound money, right? Where you have, a ton of gold, right? And it has a certain value. It can buy so much wood, so much food, so much everything. And that's your means. That's the means within you live in. As soon as we go to paper money, which I believe is what Longmeadow's saying, we're now on a fiat currency backed by paper, which it's not backed by anything. And
That's
then
not
we
true.
print it.
That's not quite true.
Well,
That's why the US dollar is backed by oil.
Well, okay.
Has been.
It's backed by oil in the sense that it's
backed
the reserve.
it's backed by the productivity of the country.
Right,
And
but
reason,
what I'm saying is you're printing. You're not living within your means, right? I think that's what Longmeadow's getting at. We're not living within our means, right? We're saying like, oh yeah, I can give 8 billion to Ukraine. I can give 12 million to this, that, and the other thing. And they're just print. It's just like an endless line of credit. And then eventually you can't buy as much because now it's an invisible tax. So I would agree with Longmeadow if they are saying they want a gold standard, something to back up our currency a little bit more. Like obviously we have wheat, potash, oil, things like that. But that's only, it's not boxed. They're just line of credit on it, line of credit. Oh yeah, now Rick's got to pay $3 more. Oh, now Rick's got to pay $5 more to do his debt. Oh, now he's got to pay this. And they're just stealing from you without having taxes. So that's why that comment stood out with me.
Yeah, inflation is a hidden tax, but we could get into the economics deeper.
We're just crushing the top to check people's minds out here and what's on their mind.
What else we got going on?
I don't know. How do you read that fast, man?
I don't. I just pretend to.
So about the donation, I'd be careful if I were you in case of funneling money betrayal. If the money David has is actually dirty trail, but it's up to you. So I guess our friend there is concerned about the potential of laundering the money inadvertently and innocently, right? It's a good point. I'm not a lawyer.
It could happen.
Not a lawyer. Good point. I think the money came from the Y-tiers he associates with, like the pleb or Jasper. I don't understand that comment from Tarface, do you?
I think his money came from the YouTubers that he associates with, like the pleb and Jasper. That's Mr. Sunshine Baby. I'm sure you've seen those guys.
Oh yeah.
And actually, they're in the picture that I put up of him with some of those influencers.
Yeah, I recognize pleb. Pleb. Not that I follow him a lot, but I've seen him a couple times.
Yeah, I don't.
It's just the bromance with Pierre kind of. I lost the map a bit there on that.
Yeah. So what else we had? I think you should keep the money, Rick. You deserve it. You do a job. It wasn't that he changed where the show was going. You still have integrity.
Yeah, you know what? Taking a donation for what you're doing, there's nothing wrong with that, right? Because you're supporting something you believe in. If they like your show, you're providing the entertainment, you're giving them what they want, two sides of a story, trying to put it together. And if that's what they like, then you should take the money, right? Just like me in Burlington, I'm out there knocking on doors, I'm setting up stuff, I'm meeting people, planning events. And a lot of guys like that, right? They compliment me on the fact that I'm always there when they need them, right? If they're a delegation at the city hall, or whether it's a drag queen thing or whatever it is, you know, that they like that. They're not telling me what to do. They just like what I'm doing, and they gave me the money. So, and I got to keep doing that, you know, keep earning it.
Is that? I think that's a donation of $25 from Lindy Biggs right there.
Hey, Lindy Biggs, thank you so
I
much.
think that's a donation. I'm not sure if. Thank you, Lindy. She's donated before. She deserves to be thanked.
Well, we'll thank her twice then. I think it's pretty nice.
Yeah.
I like you, Rick, too. We don't agree on a lot of stuff, but we know when to kind of, you know, move on to the next topic and or kind of respectfully go through the points. So I really appreciate that. I think she does too.
I love having you on here because we always have good conversations. And
I read a story where a guy. okay, that dude, long Meadow. We got to invite her to the beer party or the signing, right? Because that's just classic. I love having a good smile.
And ask the question, Rick. Hit 1 to return. Hit 2 to keep the money. Listen to your gut.
Yeah. I'm always saying, listen to your gut. Listen to your gut. Don't second guess it. It's almost always right. Hey, don't go down that alley. Well, maybe you shouldn't go down that alley.
Well, you see, the money's already having an influence over the program because here we are talking about the money. For every action, there's some sort of reaction, and this, we're talking about the money. We're talking about him again, so it's influencing what we do.
Yeah, well, you know, you get people, counter protesters at some of the rallies I've had. So, I mean, everybody has I think everybody has a right to speak their voice and stuff, you know, politely, respectfully. And I might not agree with it, but I'll fight to have you say it.
Yeah. And I think we're near the end of the chats here. Sending you a hug of support at Cindy0904. Isn't that nice? See what a great.
You got to invite her too. You got to invite her too. She's got to come give you the hug, and for real. My gosh, I was so abused by wealthy men who did so much plastic surgery on me. I did not have a boob job. They did nothing but cause me pain. Well, I mean, I don't know, Cindy. I judge girls primarily, or people in general, by their character, right? Like, I mean, I've had girlfriends that have been my friend at work for, you know, go bowling after the shift or something, go over to buddy's place, and then one day just realize they're such an amazing person. They look beautiful, right? Then I've also had the girl that everyone's kind of drooling over, and you walk into the party, and a month later, I can't handle it because I can't handle their character, their moral values, what they believe in, or how they conduct themselves. So I think you should just do you. And I think that's the best thing, is to be true to yourself there, Cindy. Sorry to hear that.
And Lori has the final comment so far. Oh, there's Lindy. So Lori said if TV networks declined advertising revenue from companies they find distasteful, they'd go out of business. That's true. And Lindy says she thought you were talking about her surgery. You were talking about Tamara.
That I don't get. I miss that.
Well, the word on the street, true or not, and please, you know, I don't know if it's true. I'm just repeating what's already been said on the program, so the damage is done, and it was done before this program because people are talking about it everywhere. That is that Tamara Litch from the Freedom Convoy took money, is the allegation, and from the convoy, and got a boob job in a new truck.
I'm not sure about what went on there. I have no comment except my own boob job story that freaked me out. Like, dude, I was a bit wrecked after that moment.
Yeah, I'm gonna do a little research online, check out some prices, see if I can get now that I've got the funds.
The best boob job is to just go out and do your bench presses there. Hey, get your shoulders going, do your triceps, just tighten yourself up and love yourself, right? Get to know yourself and just be you, right? Because like, who cares what anybody else thinks? They can go, fly a kite, right? At the end of the day, it's about you and finding yourself, right? And surrounding yourself with really good people that are truthful, honest, and transparent, and kind of have conviction where they're not going to whiff in the wind. Like, oh, I'm your friend. No, I'm not your friend. I'm your friend. No, I'm not your friend. Like, just surround your people with everybody's crazy, Rick. Everybody's crazy. Okay.
I know I am.
Things. You just got to find your right crazy. That's it. Right. You just, you find that person that's the perfect crazy for you and just fits that puzzle of your craziness. That's how I try to live anyways.
Oh, you know what? Okay. So just 2 more comments and then I'm going to bring up something else, even though I promised. So Lori says, remember the Huntley Brinkley report was brought to you by Gulf Oil, and the CBS News was brought to you by Tang. Lori and I have talked about Tang on the program before. Do you remember Tang?
I remember Tang, but lately I've been field stripping lever actions, and the Tang means totally different than the orange juice that we drank as kids.
The lever act? What are you talking about?
There's a Tang. It's called the Tang. When you're taking apart the lever, there's a piece called the Tang.
Oh,
right? Like you're going like this, you're taking it apart, and now please move the screw to get the Tang. And it's like, that's all I can think of because it took me like 4 hours to do it. I've never done it in my life, but yeah, I remember it, the moon landing and, the Tang and pour it in. And...
Well, this is good because that's kind of retro, right? And nostalgic Tang, even though I think you can still buy Tang. But 2 things, and this is Canadiana, all right? And I have to come back to this because do you know who Nash the Slash was?
Yeah. Toronto boy, I believe. Saw him downtown.
So Sandy Sunshine, she calls me every once in a while. She called the other day, started talking about Nash the Slash. and I saw Nash the Slash play at a bar in London, Ontario, right here, called Call the Office when I was in my 20s. And the band he was with, I don't think it was FM. It was, I don't know, that was the band that he played with for a while. I don't know who the band was, but man, they were good. And they did this version of Eleanor Rigby, and he plays the electric violin. And it was so original. It was amazing. The guy was so talented, just unfreaking believably talented. Okay. So I'm going to show you Nash the Slash before we leave, because I talked about him the other night and then I forgot to show who he is. But also this goes back to David Aylott. When he was the mystery donor, who's no longer a mystery, he was on the program and he had a guitar sitting beside him the other night. And I said, well, play us a tune. So he did, and he pretty good.
Oh, you never asked me to do that. I can go get my guitar if you want. We'll do it at the barbecue for the book signing. I'll bring it.
Okay. So Angie asked David Aylott, what is your favorite song to play? And he said, the good old hockey game.
Oh, I love
Tom Connors. And I thought, well, that's kind of weird because you have this 51st stater. He's given up on Canada. He wants everybody to move to the States until Canada gets absorbed by the US or invaded or whatever he wants. And here he is, embracing Canadian culture on the program, and says his favorite song to play is a Stompin' Tom Connors tune. Now, do you want to know what the real irony is in this? And here's a little history for you, David, from an old geezer, a boomer like me, who destroyed the country, apparently, to a young whippersnapper like you, who needs a little history lesson still. Here's the irony. Do you know what Stompin' Tom Connors used to call American musicians who came up to Canada to play?
I personally don't.
Puddle jumpers. He called them puddle jumpers because they'd come up here and you'd appreciate this. They were like foreign temporary workers.
Oh yeah.
Okay. And and came up here and they were stealing jobs from the Canadian musicians. So he'd call them puddle jumpers. I don't think David probably knew that. And Stompin' Tom Connors was, as Ken Dryden said at his funeral, he was unconquerably Canadian. I thought, wow, that's a way to describe someone who's incredibly loyal to Canada. And that was the other thing I said the other night. David said that he's a patriot. And I keep hearing that phrase, and I keep saying, that's not the right word. If you're patriotic, if you're a patriotic Canadian, the word patriot is not the right word. That's an American term. People get confused up here because we're so bombarded with U.S. culture and media. So I've been bringing back up I've kind of massaged the term loyalist, and I'm using the term Canadian loyalist, because it's not about being loyal to the king or in the way that it was during the Revolutionary War when the term was first invoked, I guess, because at that time the Americans were using the word patriot, and the people who were still loyal to the king or the crown in the US, they came up to Canada and settled up around New Brunswick and in that area. And there were about 100,000 of them, I think. And they were called loyalists. Then that eventually became the United Empire Loyalists. This is Canadian history. And it's important because that's one of an early example of how Canada has been resilient in the face of never ending pressure from the U.S. side to assimilate us in some way, which is what the United States is. It's a great melting pot, or you might even say a political Borg, because they just absorb everything, right? So Canada's just survived all this time. And our approach up here is different. It's about peace, order, and good government. It's not about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It's different phrasing, different terms. Still supposed to be working toward, I think, freedom through democracy, but it's different systems. It's a different approach. Ours is less confrontational, certainly not steeped in the kind of blood that the United States is awash in through its history and its history of war, birthed from war, where Canada was created from an evolution away from the mothership in the UK.
I must be honest. I'm kind of a life, liberty, and property kind of guy. I really enjoyed my John Locke book when I was in political science.
Sure, all that comes into play in Canada too, though. It's just that
our Western culture.
Different.
It's our Western culture in a sense, just like the PM of Italy. We're born on Christian values, right? That's the underpinning of our morality, kind of, and our rule of law and our sense of, the rule of law comes from Rome, right? From Roman law. And our philosophy seems to come from, kind of Greece in a sense. And that's kind of the European ethos of how they're able to build some really great nations with some great history. And then a bunch of those guys came over here and they made a great country again. The guys down south didn't like the tax on tea. And the next thing you know, you're not telling us what to do. Look, you're just ripping us off. That's it. And the guys in Canada are more like, well, it's not that bad. Like, we're working with them and it's just 3 cents. And so I don't know. It's kind of crazy. I studied American history. I kind of like American kind of style of things. But I like you said, I just don't like what they've become in the 19th century till now, since the federal bank and the big trust companies and all that. They just seem to be more pendant to be police. And that's not the Monroe Doctrine. That's not real America, right? They had no income tax. We had no income tax. We had no federal, reserve. And I don't know. I think just things ever since then, I would probably blame it more on bankers and the movement of money and stuff, and and like you said, influencing the culture with money. So that's
the media and
deep down
politics. That's
Americans-
foreign interference.
Yeah. Deep down, Americans are amazing. Like as Michelle and I went across the country, we did the East Coast first in 2022, and then 2023 when we first met, and I got evacuated. Well, I noticed a distinct difference between the Americans coming home, coming through Washington and Montana, Idaho, Minnesota, North Dakota, just coming back this way, just below. And when we came up, we went over the lakes and through, Wawa and Dryden, and came in through Regina and driving out to the coast. The American people are awesome people, like really are, like hardworking. They all can communicate very well. They really try to please. Like when they do their job, they take pride in it. At least that's my experience. Places are clean. People are really friendly. So I don't know. I don't think you can hold some of the government's actions against the American people. I really like them a lot. There's a lot of good ones down there, and I'm kind of proud to call them my brothers, and I kind of hate seeing my brothers fight. Right? So. I don't know. I got mixed feelings, right? Like I told you, I was brought up where my dad said, "You don't trust the Americans, don't trust the Russians, don't trust the English, don't trust them anybody." And I think maybe he's right. With some of these wars that we shouldn't be fighting, stuff like that.
Well, speaking of wars, we've got a lot of bad things happening around the world that I'll get into more tomorrow night, folks. But I think they're clearing airspace around Iran and the Middle East tonight. Moscow's been hit by some sort of a massive attack that I need to find out more about. So there's all that. As much as Trump says he's the president of peace, we're on the, well, I think we've been in World War III for a while, and it's just escalating.
I'm going to have to agree with you on that. I might not agree with the Ukraine, and I don't think we should be there. But I do think I'm very disappointed in Trump. I was a big fan. Jury's out a little bit. Like, remember I told you, I'm like, instead of being, hey, everything's perfect. No, he's broken some promises with me. The Epstein files, the wars, so I don't know. I agree with you on that. I don't think we have any place attacking Iran. I don't think we have any place to get involved in Ukraine. I think that we should negotiate peace with the Russians. They would actually, in my opinion, be better allies than some of the allies that we have currently with the WEF people and the globalists. So I don't know. I don't like to see war. I don't like to see suffering. What I see in Gaza, it really upsets me. What I'm seeing in the Ukrainian streets, Nigeria, just that, I don't know. We gotta find ourselves and get closer, in my opinion, to God, or at least the morality that we used to have, right? Where we could have a trusted society and leave your doors open and no one's going to steal stuff. And, a time when we didn't, go across for wars every chance we got. So I'm on board with you on that with Trump. I'm a little disappointed. I was hoping for peace.
So I just brought up Stompin' Tom Connors because David Aylott mentioned him, and I just think it's ironic that he would say that his favorite songs to play are Stompin' Tom Connors songs when he's very, I would say, pro 51st state and is embracing a great iconic Canadian creator and musician like Stompin' Tom. But anyway, especially a guy who's upset with people, Americans who are puddle jumpers.
I love the
to come back to Nashville Slash.
I love the song. I coached for 22 years, and in the playoffs, you can bet that when the guys were getting changed, I'd be playing some Stompin' Tom. Hey, there he is.
Here's Nashville Slash. Okay. So he totally independent. I don't think he ever got he never got a major record deal.
No.
And but of course he would wear those bandages, and I'm going to show you more about him in a moment. But Sandy Sunshine, one of our regular viewers, she thinks that he is the same person as the unknown comic on the Gong Show, and I was like, I don't know about that.
Hey, you never know.
I don't think so. And I looked it up, and I haven't found any reference to that. But here's the thing: how are we supposed to know? Because the unknown comic is unknown.
Unknown.
And have you ever seen the unknown comic and Nash the Slash in the same place at the same time?
Yeah. See, she might be onto something. I don't know.
She could
I
be.
don't know.
Anyway, here's a little more on Nash the Slash before we wrap up tonight. And I'm going to play something from Nash the Slash at the end here, because I promised to do something on Nash the Slash, and I just didn't get to it the other night. So we've kind of segued into this. Let me see if I can get it up. Here we go. Okay. So he's no longer with us. He passed on a few years ago. So I have this report. So that for those of you who don't know who Nash the Slash was, now you're about to find out.
The Canadian experimental artist was best known by appearing on stage with surgical bandages covering up his face. He retired from the music industry 2 years ago. In 1976, he was co-founder of the musical outfit called FM. He appeared on their first album, which was called Black Noise. He later rejoined the band in 1983 and stayed the member until 1996. As a solo artist, his most well-known album was called Decomposing. It was rather unusual, because it was designed to play at any speed. Announcing his retirement in 2012, Kluman said, "I'm proud of my remarkable 40-year career in the music biz with no hit records. As an independent artist without management, major label support or any grants whatsoever, I toured internationally and accomplished so much. I was unique on stage and on my recordings. I refuse to be slick and artificial." He has sadly passed on.
Nash the Slash. So that was, my goodness, I hadn't thought of him in so long. That was, let me just go back to that. That was 11 years ago, that report. So 11, 12, 13, 14 years ago, he passed away. And he did do that experimental album, Decomposing. We talk about creative, right? Like this stuff is pretty original. So I thought we'd play a little bit of Decomposing at the end of the broadcast here tonight. I hope we don't get a copyright strike, because I don't know if this stuff is going to trigger that or not. But you're supposed to be able to play this at any speed. So, and just for, I don't know if you guys are aware. Did you know, Michael, that that on a turntable, the speeds that you have, 16, 33 and a third, and 45 RPM, right? Revolutions per minute. Did you know there's exactly one octave from one to the next to the next?
Oh, that I didn't know.
Yeah. So here's a little bit of Rick Walker trivia. So when I was in college and I was learning radio production, I went into the studio there, and I took my guitar in, and I've done this many times since, but I made Chipmunks music. Right? So I would sing with a voice, and then you speed that up to the next. That's how they do the Chipmunks, right? So you recorded it like 33 and a third on a reel to reel. It's the same thing on a reel to reel. So you record it, and then you go the next speed up, and it's exactly one octave. So you can play, and it'll match because it's exactly one octave. So I was making Chipmunks music when there was studio time available at the college.
Oh, dude, I would have been recording my own originals, and
Yeah.
you're doing that? I don't know.
The thing is, back in those days, of course, I was trying to, impress the ladies, right? So I did try making some tunes for some of the ladies that I had eyes for, but it didn't really work for me I guess because they just didn't find the appeal in the Chipmunks tunes. I wasn't studly enough for 'em. Never got me anywhere. Anyway,
you didn't find the hottie with a sense of humor. That's all.
yeah, that's okay. Finally my wife found me. So, well, that's actually not true. I'll tell you. I can tell you the story some other night. Doesn't matter. It wasn't the Chipmunks album that got me married. I'll tell you that. Here's Nash the Slash. What speed we're going to start on here? Well, normal speed, okay? Whatever speed that actually translates to. Decomposing. Oops. Hang on a minute here. I don't want a commercial. We got to get rid of that so we can listen to Decomposing. Hang on. We'll come back to it. Everybody's getting paid. And here I am worried about, I used to worry about taking a donut at news conferences. Now I can't afford a donut. Okay, here we go. Back to National Smash and Decomposing. This guy's the real deal. Alice Cooper's pretty cool. I met Alice Cooper. Interviewed Alice Cooper. But National Smash was fucking pure about his work. Did you ever see Alice Cooper?
All right, drop it up to 78.
Okay. Did you ever see Alice Cooper in concert?
Oh yeah, I saw.
Anything?
I could tell you a story, but it'd probably have to be offline. And but I saw Alice Cooper. It was pretty awesome.
Okay. So let's change the speed. Are we going up or down? We're going.
We should go to 78. Yeah, because he's recorded it at like 16 or something like that.
Yeah. Let's see what it sounds like at double speed.
Low one was.
Weird. Weird. What do you think?
I don't know. It's an interesting idea. I don't know.
Not his best work, I don't think, but it's very unique.
That's the way I feel on a Monday morning, the way that music sounds before I had a coffee.
I don't have premium, so I can't play the that's how you feel on a Monday morning. I can't play it at time speed. Let's try it just one last time here. We'll slow it down to halftime, okay?
All right, let's see what he does.
That's the same.
You can play it at any speed, it sounds the same. I don't know. To me, it sounds slow. I don't know. It's a brain teaser. You're getting me.
I think I don't do drugs, so I just can't figure it out.
You're a good boy. You probably shouldn't do drugs. It's not good.
Yeah, I wouldn't. But for this, I think maybe it's tailor-made for it.
Yeah, I know. Just like like that's how I feel Monday morning getting out of bed. Like the oil's not moving. Got to get the coffee in. That you couldn't capture my feeling in music better than that on a Monday morning.
Well, that gets us to the end of the broadcast. And Michael, thank you for coming out. You've been here for the full marathon tonight.
I am. I'm surprised my back's holding up, but it's getting a lot better compared to last year. So,
as always, this has been fun. It was a great conversation. We touched on a variety of things, and you've all given me, everybody here tonight, our guests and people in the chat, our Maverick community, have given me some things to think about.
Well, and I think the biggest lesson is that we need the book signing. You need to invite me, Laurie Spencer, a few other people, and we can have some burgers, beer, and get a great book. I think that's the moral of the story there for me. I got to get out there to that Chatham area.
So I need a closing tune for tonight, and it's not going to be Nash the Slash Decomposing because it's a little too weird.
Yeah, how about Paradise City by Guns N' Roses? That's pretty.
Well, that would be a copyright thing. So we have our own original tunes that we play here. So I'll give you choices. You can either have, I'll give you three options. You can have Orange Orangutan, or you can have, what else do we have on the list here?
Well, is Orange Orangutan like Ted Nugent? Wango Tango? Is it got, that I'm looking for a bit of energy, had a lot of fun.
It's got energy. It's all about Donald Trump.
Oh, wow. I got mixed feelings about him, so I'll probably do the ups and downs on the words. Yeah.
You want Orange Orangutan?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's
all right, here we go.
A little spin.
All right, guys. Love y'all. See you tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern.
Thanks tons. Shout out to Laurie Spencer and the gang there, Long Feather. Great comments, guys. Pleasure.
On the flip side.
Monkey see, monkey do. Vladimir Putin's making a fool out of you. Once a deal maker, now just a shouter. Used to shake hands, now it's all about power. You turn your back on your friends and your allies too. You betrayed the spirit of the red, white, and blue. Oh, orange orangutan man, swinging through the world with a heavy hand, tearing up treaties, slapping on tariffs, throwing tantrums like a billionaire sheriff. Tally it down, don't stop it, man, you beast, you critter. Orange orangutan man. Donald Trump 1.0 had a plan. Now Donald J. Trump 2.0's a wrecking man. Used to make deals, now you just sneer, ruling through fear, grinning ear to ear. Canada's not for sale, Greenland ain't yours. Gaza's not a playground, quit making wars. Bluffing and puffing with a wig on tight, acting like a boss but you lost the fight. The art of the deal, man, that ship sunk. Now it's all about rage and a nuclear funk. Orange orangutan man, swinging through the world with a heavy hand, tearing up treaties, slapping on tariffs, throwing tantrums like a billionaire sheriff. Dial it down, don't stop it, man, you beast, you critter. Orange orangutan man. You're fired. No, you're just bananas.
This has been a Maverick Multimedia production.